down 4 foot. You reach the apex. You then continue to go down the other arm, and you go in the same direction, either up or down. You go up, or down, down.
Incorrect.
Well, have a word with Blue. Have a word. That's what I said.
Fucking with you.
Well, he might be fucking with us, but it appears that there's a lot of people trying to draw drawings.
So did you correct him when you showed him the as-builts?
I haven't showed him the as-builts. I think he was working from the as-builts.
Okay.
To be honest.
Did you look at the as-builts?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't know. I'm just waiting to see what people say. I mean, Blue Marble's the Blue Marble scientists.
Okay. Well, if Blue Marble
I'll
said,
just go with what they say.
If Blue Marble said you go down in elevation from the end of the arm to the vertex, and then go down again, he is incorrect. But I don't think he said that. Unless he said it by mistake, at which point you could have corrected him if you had the as-built, which you can get for free online.
So it's either he did, you don't think he said it, but if he did say it, then it was a mistake. Wow.
He's wrong.
He's wrong.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he's wrong.
There you go. Using
the
your
as-builts don't say that, so I don't give a shit telling you how it works in reality.
So it would be a horizontal plane, though, and there would be an elevation change. And you're saying it would just be 4 foot from the horizontal plane, because the highest spot would be the apex.
No, if you're talking about the horizontal plane from the point of the vertex, not the apex, the change would be 0.
What, on the horizontal plane?
Otherwise, it wouldn't be a plane. Right. If you're talking about the surface of Earth, yes, the ends of the two are at 4 level is 4 feet below at each arm.
4 feet below, measured vertically.
Yes.
Like a rise over run.
No, not like a rise over run.
Okay. So how do you measure that elevation change then?
Slope.
It's a slope.
Vertically.
Yeah, you measure it vertically at the other end. 4 foot. What, 4 foot? A 4 foot change from 0 over a distance is a slope.
A slope is straight. A slope is straight.
Yeah, as are these arms of LIGO.
Right, but the level Earth below it is not. It's curved.
Yeah, but are you saying that the horizontal plane has a slope then?
Level.
Yeah, so the horizontal plane has a slope because that is straight, isn't it?
You want to say it has a slope?
Oh, it's a pity.
Sure, but I wouldn't. Why would I?
I wouldn't say it has a slope. I think that's fucking ridiculous because horizontal planes don't slope.
Of 0. There's 0, Bev. If you want to call that a slope, sure. It has a slope.
Well, no. I would say that's why we do rise over run. So if the LIGO's the horizontal plane and you do that as the run, right, with 0 slope, then the vertical would be an elevation change of the land, wouldn't it? Going down the level.
Yeah. So I don't know why you brought up rise over run here. You just say words that.
So there is a slope of the level then.
There's a slope of the level. No.
Oh.
There's a curve to the level.
Oh, away from the no slope horizontal.
Yes. Horizontal at a point, and it curves down from that point. If you want to call it that.
So there is a rise over run.
Why is this confusing?
Horizontal rise over run? Yeah, that's exactly that. I call that an elevation change.
Rise over run is a slope, not an elevation change.
But a 4 foot elevation change over.
Didn't you take surveying, Bev?
3.5 miles is that's rise over run.
I took one course in college, Bev. Did you not take more than I did?
It's rise over run, though, isn't it? The arm would be a horizontal, and the change would be a 4-foot change from the horizontal. The run would be the horizontal distance, and the rise would be the vertical distance. Rise over run gives you slope.
What is sloping?
Rise over run.
How many units?
Yes,
you move
on LIGO, what do you think is sloping?
How many units you move up or down from point to point? So if there's any change from point to point, that's what that's talking about.
It's the hypotenuse, right?
You're not coming in, Elijah, if that's you. Unless you're talking to Google.
Yeah,
You're contradicting yourself because you're saying there's a 4-foot change from the level. That would be a change in elevation from point to point, which is why he's saying so there's a rise over run. But you're saying no because you think that level is equidistant of here. So
there is a 4-foot total difference, but it's on a curve, not on a straight line. Almost straight because it's not very long, but it still is a curve. And if you're talking slope, you're not talking about a curve.
this is kind of insane.
Yeah, it is.
No, this is normal. This is normal for these guys.
Well, what's wrong about what I said, SC?
You got rise over run, and you don't have elevation change.
What does the rise over run have to do with anything? Okay, fine. If you want to say there's an elevation change, we've established that. Why do you bring in rise over run?
Well, that you're talking with Bev there, so continue.
I know. So, Bev, why do you bring up rise over run? You seem to think it's relevant, SC. Why?
Do you know what rise over run means?
Yes, it's how you figure out slope, which is a straight line.
Okay, so you established a plane, right? A plane? And now you're saying that there's a rise over run on a plane. Do you know what that means?
If you're talking about a horizontal plane, the rise is 0. So a 0 slope, if you want to call that a slope, fine.
A zero slope. Oh my God. I haven't even finished my coffee yet, bro. A zero slope.
What is the slope of a horizontal line? So y equals mx plus b, right? M is the slope.
Did you forget the 4-foot drop somehow?
Yeah, so y equals 4. What's the slope of that line?
You got a 4-foot slope, dude. You got a 4-foot slope. What don't you not understand about that?
No, we have a 4-foot elevation change.
Oh, come on. Like,
And
nobody's going with this.
Wow.
Yeah.
What is an elevation change?
An elevation change is a change in elevation. What else do you want?
Right. From one point to another, right?
If it's an even elevation change, then it's a slope. It's not
of the concrete pads, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Oh, come on. Don't tell me that they're measuring the elevation of the land reference to the concrete pads of LIGO.
No,
that
measure
sounds more like reality than you realise. That's the horizontal.
No, they measure the elevation of the concrete related to the land.
Okay, so there's a 4-foot slope of the concrete then. The concrete is straight, isn't it?
A slope would suggest the elevation change is linear, but it's not a linear elevation change.
It's a horizontal, it's a straight line. The concrete pads are straight.
Yes, but the
there's
Earth
a 4-foot elevation change.
But the Earth is not straight, Bev. The Earth is curved.
Does the horizontal change at 4 foot over that distance?
The horizontal doesn't change at all.
Doesn't change elevation at all?
Yes.
So the horizontal is the 0 elevation change now. I'm not so sure you should be talking about this. Yeah, always.
He nearly said what I said earlier.
I know, he says some stupid shit. That's why I'm sure they've got somebody on a button to stop him from talking. Just about the moment he's about to say some really stupid shit.
When you manage to trip people up, Bev, it's not because
he can't make his mind up. Is it a slope or isn't it a slope? It is straight and it does change at 4 foot. But is it a slope or isn't it a slope? You make your mind up. It's not straight. My problem.
Are you okay with it being a straight and a slope?
Well, yes, obviously. Both of them apply.
That's what we all think. We just disagree what Earth's doing underneath it.
So, which is the slope? The land or the horizontal?
The LIGO device that was set on a horizontal is on a straight slope. We think Earth
do you know
is curling underneath it.
So it's not straight. In the line equation, y equals mx plus b, what is the slope in that?
So we're talking about LIGO's arms sloping 4 foot.
Yeah, I know, Bev. No, we're talking about 9th grade math.
We're not talking about mathematical functions. Sophistry. I know you are, but we're talking about LIGO arms. Now they are definitely straight, and you say they are horizontal, but you've got a 4 foot slope. So what's changing?
If you don't know these basics, Bev, you can't discuss LIGO. It's way too advanced.
Is the horizontal changing 4 foot? Or is the land changing 4 foot?
It just trips people up with the
respected to the horizontal plane. Yes.
So the 4 foot change is a drop of the land from the horizontal plane.
If you want to call it that, yes.
That's an elevation change.
That is correct.
Okay, so the land changes elevation in reference to the horizontal. Like we've been saying, that's how you measure elevation changes of the land.
Are we talking about the elevation change of the land or of the LIGO?
That's what I've just been asking you. You've just decided the land changes in elevation from LIGO.
No.
Yes.
The land does not change in elevation. The land is at 0.
So then the horizontal changes in elevation.
From one end of the arm of LIGO to the other, it changes elevation. Yes.
So that's a slope.
No, it's only.
Oh, come on.
Beverly. In the line equation, y equals mx plus b. What is m?
This is fucking ridiculous. My dad's just called up. He wants to go out for a pint. A lovely day.
Definitely.
I think you guys will obviously be able to go over this with Blue Marble Science. I hope he comes back and helps you out with which part is sloping and wherever it's sloping from what.
You'll be thinking about when you drink your beer. You'll be thinking about Blue Marble Science.
Yeah,
Bev is a mechanical engineer, but I don't think he ever took landforms. So on this one,
what are you talking about? Right, okay. Well, I'll just say, I think everybody should watch out for sophists in the open, and also learn a bit of logic, bit of geometry,
good, though,
and always keep on the level. Keep it honest. Keep it going.
I agree with Bev's first
Use a taxi, Bev.
On the level doesn't mean anything. So I don't agree with that.
No. I think it means that he's still working on elementary school mathematics. He can't get high school.
Can we go over this quickly? Is it sloping as in one side's higher than the other, 4 foot higher?
No, it is changing elevation because one side is higher than the other. Slope is
that is still called a slope
or linear.
Like if you're looking side to side in a diagram, it would be slope, wouldn't
it? If you're putting the reference of Earth straight, no, it'd be a slight curve. That's why I'm saying it's not sloped.
Oh, okay. Yes, you think the whole LIGO arms are slightly curved?
Yes.
But as good as straight.
No.
Oh.
If you typically we put the elevation of Earth as straight, right? We straighten it out from the curve. So if you put that 0 elevation as straight, then you're going to see a curve of the LIGO. In reality, the arms are straight and the level is curved, right?
Well, that's what I believed. Yeah. So you're saying the LIGO is straight in some contexts.
Well, yeah, because you graduated high school.
But let's say
that's why you believe it.
The team that I didn't actually, I left, but I did learn a lot while I was there.
Yeah. You and I disagree about some things, but not everything, right?
But if the team that built it had to put more concrete on one end, that's the slope that Bev was trying to say. He
I know, but it's not a slope because it's not linear.
Oh, it's curved all the way, you think? But then a minute ago you said it was
very slightly curved. Yes.
The LIGO does follow the curve of the Earth.
No.
Why? Okay, why is it curved?
It appears curved because the elevation change is not linear.
Okay,
so when we're sloping something,
tell me what shape the arms are. Are they straight? Are they curved?
Yes,
which one?
They are straight. But when we represent it on a drawing, on an elevation drawing, we set the zero elevation. We're just going to set the zero elevation as
hang on.
The vertex.
So the Earth might not be curving that much under it because it's only 2.5 miles, but you're saying the elevation curves under it.
Very slightly. Very slightly.
Oh, I get you now. Yes. That's Bev's trick. He knows that. But he throws elevation. He throws elevation into all the different parts of the conversation.
No, Don, he doesn't know it.
No, I think he does. All his arguments are things that he's found the little trick of the words, so he knows enough to confuse people.
Don, if he knew what he was talking about, he wouldn't have brought up rise over run because it has nothing to do with it. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Stuff in to trick you when you're stuck on.
He's not tricking me. He's tricking himself.
But sometimes they do try and trick us.
No,
trick other people.
He's not that smart, Don. You're giving him too much credit.
I'm not saying he's smart. I'm saying he learns enough to find a sticking point where people will get confused over the two different types of measuring in one thought.
Don, how long have you been talking to Bev or listening?
As long as you, I think.
Okay, how much has he learned in that time? Almost nothing.
He's learned a bit about geometry. When he first started, he was a flat earther that didn't know anything. Made up refraction.
It took him an SE and the whole crew months to work through that. And that stuff is explained in a week in elementary school.
Yeah, all I'm trying to argue, I'm not trying to say smart. I think he's terribly unsmart. I'm trying to argue that he finds good tricks to trick people on. And
no, Don, he just makes mistakes.
No, it's intentional.
You think no, because he asks these stupid questions that are irrelevant, and then if you say it's intentional, I say it's accidental, and then somebody says something answering that question that is irrelevant, but he still thinks it's relevant, so he uses that.
I've heard like Discordians, where they enter into dialectics to confuse people and argue both sides of nonsense.
Sure, some people just like to argue. Bev just likes to be wrong.
Yeah, that's why it's intentional. Right. He's picking things he knows is wrong, playing a word game.
I'm parking, Don, so I got to leave. But good chat with you.
No problems. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I'll be listening though. Cheers.
Amazing hearing Bev talk about the vertical planes, like I really imagine him imagining himself on a surface with this huge net, invisible wall grid that like springs up in front of him, all the way to the left, all the way to the right, all the way up, and all the way down through Earth. This is my vertical plane. Behold. Cool imaginary story, mate. I'm afraid it doesn't make Earth flat. Hold the horizontal plane, measured with one bubble, stretching into infinity, into the blurry horizon that we can't tell is above it or below it, or through it. No idea, but behold the glory of the horizontal plane. That was a round Emma off with that. Perfect. Bev, like, he's stuck between the two planes and he's imagining himself as he is the perpendicular. The 90.
What?
Perfect intersection between infinite planes. You could make a meme with Bev sitting at 90 degrees on the perpendicular.
Like in a yoga pose, like his meditation fingers out.
Yeah, one straight forward, one up vertically up. So hypothetical, isn't it?
It's as far away from practicality as possible.
Yeah.
Praise the Lord. The earth is round.
Oh,
I said, praise the Lord. The earth is round.
Like a pizza or round like basketball?
Like a triangle.
Like a standard triangle or a spherical triangle?
A square triangle. You know, one of them.
Don't tell Bev.
What's happening, Don?
One of the reasons I do get triggered and annoyed about it is because it's slightly over my head, Euclid. And that's because it's hypothetical. So my brain, while trying to understand it, doesn't care about it. I feel like knowing what a square is, knowing what a triangle is, vaguely understanding that curved planes can vastly change shapes. A few rules like the 180 degrees, the angles, and then I try to get by. You know that little stupid short story about the flatlanders stuck in flatland. That's how I feel. Bev is stuck in 2D land. Everything's a plane and a line.
Oh, it's actually been quiet in here.
Very too quiet. It is very too quiet here.
Heard another translation of Yod Hey Vav Hey means I am what I am, but it had a future tense, so it means I'll be whatever I'll be. Possibly.
It's a little complicated because Yod Hey in Hebrew is the abbreviated version of the name, the Tetragrammaton, Yod Hey Vav Hey. Many instances in the Hebrew, it's just Yod Hey, Yah. But when you translate Yah into English, right, a direct English translation, it literally means am. Am is a state of being.
You don't think there's an I, Yod?
In Hebrew, Yah literally translates, its literal translation is am. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to explain because
it's trying to refer to an it, so maybe it is whatever it is.
To be, what does it mean to be, right? To exist.
Yeah, I agree that am or will be is existence.
Yeah. So yeah. So I am, I exist, or to be. It's kind of like interchangeable,
what
but
this
like
it comes from Zachariah Sitchin, who wrote the 12th Planet. So he's trying to decode Hebrew, and that's his translation of the context of those four letters, not what they mean individually, but the context when you say it as the hidden name. It is I am. But he says it's literally saying I will be whatever I will be if you take all the context.
yeah, I would agree. The thing with Zachariah Sitchin, I have some of his books in like 2012 with the whole Mayan calendar and Planet X and Nibiru, the Anunnaki. It was all the rave back then. 2012 came around, it kind of died off, nothing happened.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that the Zachariah Sitchin did a lot of work translating these tablets, but he was caught lying about his translations.
Yeah.
So it kind of discredited him, and his credibility was kind of hit pretty hard.
I think that's partly why I find it interesting, because he's not your average dogmatic Christian. He has all of his own world building that he's made. I actually don't know about the hidden planet Nibiru. I think it was Saturn that they're obsessed with in the past. And the Anunnaki or the Watchers, I don't know where they come from. I don't know how he would know they come from Nibiru.
Zachariah Sitchin was, he was up there, man. But until he started lying, he got confronted about many of his lies, and he just kind of he added embellishments to his stories or his translations, which is unfortunate because I really liked his work, and I think for the most part, you can look into his work and some of his translations. He didn't lie about everything, but like the whole idea about the Anunnaki and the gold and how they needed gold on their planet and like all this other stuff, like he just made that stuff up.
He's Genesis to Enoch, right? And he does a lot of stretches. Fills in the gaps himself.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if that's what he believes, that's what he believes, but you won't find that in the tablets.
In this interview, he even says Abraham was Sumerian.
But it gets interesting because the word Enki, right, is actually the name of the father. When he calls himself in the Hebrew, you'll literally see Yod He Vav He call himself Enki in the
right. Yeah, I do think he's right about that. But those two brothers in one story are similar to the gods in other stories. It might be the same creature, or it might not. I don't know.
Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh calls himself Enki, as in the first person singular, I. Like in Hebrew, he'll say
Right.
Enki. Like he calls himself I. Like when he says I, in Hebrew it's the word Enki, literally. Now, if you add the Masoretic, Nakud, they say Anoki.
So you obviously agree there is some link to the old tablets in terms of words and meaning.
Absolutely. The thing is, like, I don't think that the Hebrew came from the Sumerian account. I think that they're separate accounts altogether. The Hebrews didn't steal from the Sumerians. They just happened to talk about the same stories from different perspectives. But I do believe that the Sumerian account came later. I mean, Genesis.
On that, except I think Sumerian was first, but I wouldn't say they stole it. I think they're telling the story again.
So yeah, Sumerians were first. Like Genesis came later. Like Bereshit was written later at Mount Sinai, right? And the Sumerians existed before Mount Sinai. But the Hebrews themselves, I do believe, existed before the flood. Like you had Hebrew, Ivri alphabets before the flood.
Kitchen is saying the Hebrews were the Sumerians, so it was the people who existed, and then some that survived.
We'll talk about it more. I got to do something, but I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Oh, I think Bev got me on tape earlier saying that horizontal can bend around a sphere. Because both sides, they conflate horizontal with level so often. I just thought I might as well say they're the same thing now.
Dude, I made such a banger for my Relatively Speaking show. It's fire. I think the ballers should have to listen to it on repeat until they get it. Okay, one of the lines in the song is Mickelson Morley. It showed that the earth don't move, what they do. Shorten the length of the ruler. Don, do you actually think that entities came down to Earth and deceived mankind?
Yeah, I just noticed Don left, man. I was hoping he'd still be in here.
Yeah, he's got some interesting beliefs. He's like right in the middle of everything. On those, we're dropping a bang tonight. Don, what was Don saying that the Hebrew text basically copycat or copycat strips of the Sumerian text?
I mean, not entirely, but that the Hebrew deity is based off of Sumerian deity, so it's like the same deity.
Yeah.
I did find it ironic how in the Hebrew Yah does refer to himself as Enki. That's pretty alarming at first when I seen that. But it doesn't really mean much. I mean, there is a Canaanite god called El, Baal, Enki. But these are all names that originally were attributed to the original creator, in my opinion. But the thing is, El is not really a name, it's a title. Baal is not a name, it's a title. Enki is not a name, it's actually just the first person singular.
What do you mean that Baal was attributed to the creator?
Like Baal literally in Hebrew just means master. And many times you'll see, I mean, I'd have to find a verse where the creator is referred to as master, but I know that in many instances in the Hebrew you'll find that the women referred to their husbands as Baal, Baali, but it was just a title, it wasn't like a proper name.
Interesting.
Like Sarah literally called Abraham Baal, Baali, my master. Baali is my master, literally. And I think this is where the disconnect is. Like, people don't really understand the Hebrew, nor they probably haven't even studied it for 5 minutes. But if you did, you'd see that Baal is really just a title. Now, for whatever reason, the Canaanites use those terms, you know, because like Phoenician is very similar to the Hebrew, just like Aramaic, it's very similar to the Hebrew. It's phonetically a little different, grammatically a little different, but it's basically from the same source. So the Phoenicians had their own version of Hebrew, kind of like Portuguese and Spanish are very similar, but they're not. So the Phoenicians had a similar Hebrew. They referred to their gods as master, Baal. That's really all it comes down to. Or El, the Canaanite god called El, not to be conflated with the Hebrew god called El.
So, like, I don't even think that the Sumerian texts actually predate the Hebrew text, though. Like, personally, I think that the original copy of Enoch was, antediluvian, so it was like pre-flood, and then it was brought onto the ark. I think that may have actually been the first thing written, and
I agree.
you know,
With the exception of books like Enoch and the Book of Noah and the Testament of the Patriarchs, those predate. Well, most of those predate like the Sumerian texts, but what we have in our canon today, like from Genesis down to Malachi, that was written after the Sumerians. That is a fact. But it
well,
doesn't mean
yeah,
that.
but I think that was the big trick, right? Like they
Yeah,
actually removed Enoch, which is the first. It's like the context. It's like the first thing.
yeah. Enoch is literally the oldest book ever written, ever.
Yep. Like I
He
think
is the
Enoch was
first
actually the
scribe,
first scribe. Yeah, exactly.
literally. Yeah,
Yeah, it's insane. It's like that one little deception, meaning like they removed it. Basically, it changes everything. It lets people run around with this narrative that the Hebrew texts are all just thousands of years after the Sumerians, and they just copied them and all that stuff. But no, I don't think so. Have you ever looked into? So you got Enoch, and then you have like the evil Enoch, effectively, right?
yeah.
And have you ever looked into like what the Masonic and like Illuminati, if you want to call it that, literature say? They actually say that all knowledge came from that evil Enoch, and he's the one that created the 7 liberal sciences, um, which is what the same subjects we teach in school. You got mathematics and science, so mathematica and arithmetic.
And
I don't know how they
geometry.
say it. Yeah, yeah. So arithmetic and geometry, the 7 sacred sciences. And they think that all knowledge can be summarized in these. Astronomy is one of them. And they attribute them back to Enoch, the evil Enoch.
Yeah, bro. And so the thing is, this gets real trippy because if you look at at the constellations in Hebrew, that's the Mazarot, the zodiac signs, and you understand that the stars represent ages in the Zadok calendar. Right now, we're in the age of Pisces. A Messiah initiated the age of Pisces. We're actually at the end of the age of Pisces. We're approaching the age of Aquarius. We're at the precipice of the age of Aquarius. Now, I can't tell you exactly when we're going to transition over, but it has to do when the sun rises up at the equinox, what constellation it rises up in front of. That's what dictates the ages. And each age approximately is like 2,000 years. So if you go back on the clock, Adam and Eve were created around the age of Gemini, and it was like literally towards the end of the age of Gemini that they were created. So they were just finishing off Gemini when on the 6th day of creation week when Adam and Eve were created. And this duality, bro, with Adam and Eve, the first 2 human beings, and then from them you had multiple generations down the line that had similar names. Like you had 2 Methuselahs, you had 2 Lamechs, you had 2 Enochs, you had two these doubling, and twins, a lot of twins being born. Weird stuff in that age. And you had the evil Enoch and the righteous Enoch, and both were given knowledge from the angels. The righteous Enoch was given knowledge from the angels that was according to the will of Yah, while the evil Enoch was given knowledge from the angels that was against the will of Yah, and like included the cutting of roots, which basically translates to genetic splicing. It talks about instead of astronomy, they were teaching astrology to the evil Enoch, and like the righteous Enoch received knowledge of the workings of the luminaries, like the sun and the moon, and how they orbit. And then the evil Enoch was given a similar knowledge, but it was inverted and corrupted, including an alphabet. So the righteous Enoch received the Hebrew language, and then the evil Enoch received his own Enochian language. And you see the occult; they still have the Enochian alphabet, but it's not the righteous Enoch; it's the evil Enoch, and they use it for sorcery.
Yeah, that's a trip. It's a trip. Like, I don't really know what you think about this, but I feel like I feel like the stars, at the least, have some type of sentience. Maybe, actually, I don't know. I'm on the fence with that because they're just appointed times. But like, who's to say if they have sentience, right? Like they're appointed in order. But if you look into all the ancient descriptions of like Atlantis and the flood, and just good morning, and just like the Atlantis being taken over, it all around the world it says that the stars fell down into the ocean and caused Atlantis to be drowned. You ever heard that?
Yeah, there seems to have been 2 floods before the flood. There was like a smaller localized flood, but I can't prove this. But in Jubilees, it does reference this, and Yasha does too. There seems to have been a localized flood that destroyed like a city, and then there was a worldwide flood that came after. But like the evil Enoch, it was accredited. And Cain and the evil Enoch were credited to have built the first cities in like ever. Like Metropolis. And if you understand the pre-flood word, if you believe the testimony of these scriptures, they talk about these watcher angels that came down and cohabited with women, that literally betrothed women, that took women as wives, and the men who gave their daughters up in marriage to these angels, in return they receive knowledge and wisdom, technological knowledge, alchemical knowledge, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Like even in the scriptures, it talks about like Tyre, Tyre, the great city of Tyre, the city of the Isle, like an island city that got proud and was swallowed up in the sea. It's just like a little gem that's just overlooked in the scriptures. It's actually in the canon.
So like you got Madame Blavatsky, right, a renowned occultist, and in her writings, and I think Albert Pike talks about it too, Manly P. Hall, they all talk about like the world before the flood. Like even the thing is, even the occult acknowledges a worldwide flood. And they talk about the world before the flood being this unified world. It's the Atlantean world, and the scriptures corroborate that account. The architecture corroborates that there was a unified culture, but it was ran by these demigods that the Greek pantheon kind of describes in detail. A lot of I used to think that this was all fantasy, but now I'm starting to look at this like actually these Greek pantheon gods were probably gods that existed before the flood. The occult talks about the divine council of 9 that were like the leaders of the world.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, Atlantis was a big thing. So I came across like the secret doctrine.
Yeah.
And I talked about the multiple races and then how there were multiple races in one world, civilizations basically, that were taken out before the flood that we know. And when Plato writes about Atlantis, the very last thing it says is that Zeus brought together the gods in the center of the earth to prepare judgment. And I mean, I just think that's talking about like literally the center of the earth, like the surface of the earth. Just like all the other stories talk about how these great leaders that were worshipped like gods came from the center, the Smoky Mountain in the center. And it's like they were meeting there. It's like they came here and they had some version of righteousness, meaning like even the Watchers, they were deceiving man, but they weren't as debased as man, like they didn't have innate fleshly disadvantage. So they were quote unquote righteous. Like they were considered righteous rulers. Like if you look at the rules of Atlantis, like a lot of the rules are like not bad, right? And I mean that's kind of the part that people don't ever put together. That's why these people were worshipped like gods. They came here and literally imitated God. Like they were their source of wisdom and logic and how to read and how to write and write, quote unquote, righteousness. And just like Nimrod was considered a righteous ruler all across the world. So, like, yeah, they were evil for sure, and they're eternally damned and won't be forgiven. Well, I think that the part that gets mixed up is, well, like, but from man's perspective, they were like, quote unquote, righteous. That's why they were able to deceive all of man into believing that they were God. And I believe that the Greek Titans were like literally real entities that were on the earth that were worshipped as gods. And they literally fought each other, right? Like they actually fought each other, just like Enoch tells you. He
Yeah.
says they petition and he's like, nah, not only are you not going to be forgiven, nor is your offspring, because they petitioned on behalf of their offspring. Like, if you're not going to forgive us, at least forgive our offspring. He said, no, not only are they not forgiven, you're going to watch them kill each other.
Yeah. So because of their corruption, he basically cursed them and their children and said that now because of this, you're gonna watch your like they turned on each other. Like they started fighting each other. There's all kinds of factions and complete rebellion. Um it's pretty insane. I know that in Jubilees it talks about and in other Enochian literature that was found amongst the Ethiopian Orthodox Jews, because they have fragments attributed to Enoch too. And when you combined it all, you get a better picture of what was going on. Because I used to assume that these Watcher angels, they came down in rebellion initially, but that's not the case. There's a deeper story here. In Jubilees in chapter 4, it talks about, let me see, verse 15. And in the second week of the 10th Jubilee, Mahalalel took unto him to wife Dinah, the daughter of Barakiel, the daughter of his father's brother. And she bare him a son in the 3rd week in the 6th year, and he called his name Jared. For in his days the angels of Yahweh descended on the earth, those who are named the Watchers, that they should instruct the children of men, and that they should do judgment and uprightness on the earth. So right there, it shows you that they came down with a duty, with a mission. They weren't rebellious initially. And this is consistent with what I read in other texts. But in the same, and then in chapter 5, it also says again, let me see if I can find it. Bear with me. Right here. Verse 6, chapter 5. And he says, and against the angels whom he had sent upon the earth. So Yah had sent these angels upon the earth with a duty to instruct men in righteousness and do judgment on the earth. These angels were supposed to help humanity. But I have another text that talks about as soon as they got here, almost instantly, the women tempted them. The daughters of Cain tempted the Watchers, and they fell into temptation. They fell into lust. And that's when Enoch and the other talks about that they made a pact on Mount Hermon.
Yeah, it's a trip. Like, what do you think Mount Hermon? Do you think Mount Hermon is what they title it now, or do you think it's in the middle?
No, I believe it's exactly where it's at. The thing is that mountain was a Nephilim stronghold before the flood, and reasons why after the flood, the Canaan wanted that piece of land so bad because they wanted their stronghold back. But that's considered Israel now, and it's like Yah imposing his mark. Yah chose that land because that used to be the Nephilim stronghold before the flood. And that mountain is where Messiah actually transfigured in front of his apostles or his 2 apostles to prove a point. Like this is his domain now, that he was showing the enemy that was present there too. Because, you know, in the cave, when he told Peter, "Get behind me, Satan," right? That cave is at the base of Mount Hermon. It's still there today. It's a tourist attraction, and that cave is known as Pan's Cave, because there's an altar there that Pan, if you believe he existed, he used to sacrifice children on this altar.
How's it, Chuck? Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know much about the actual literal land there. So, I find it super interesting. I'm not sure yet, but it seems like these gods, quote unquote, they they can go back and forth in the center, but um, I don't know. It does say that they basically tried to go back up and then found out that they couldn't. So maybe they couldn't go to the center anymore either. I don't really know. But from my current understanding, there seems to maybe be a mountain in the center. The watchers can literally watch over mankind from there, and it gives you an equidistant view of the earth. And they just popped out of the center to deceive man. Like, I don't know, where do you think that Yeshua was shown all the kingdoms on earth?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but there seems to be a ethereal realm that the angels do have access to, according to Ascension of Isaiah. These watcher angels, or the evil angels, they have access up to the second layer, or the second tier. So there seems to be ethereal lands, for lack of a better word, that, you know, are beyond our senses.
Yeah, I think that material can't get to the center, and I think that the watchers can go to the center, but they can no longer go all the way up. Or I don't know if they could ever go all the way up. Of course,
They
yeah,
can't.
being at the highest, yeah. But like I think that that's like a punishment. Like they that's when they realize they really messed up. Because if you kind of see it from their perspective, I think that Yah is like, he gives everyone so much free will that the watchers, they have a duty, but they're kind of allowed to carry it out in their own individual way. Like they all have their own personalities. So like they have a duty to watch over man, and specific subjects, like specific archangels, are given specific tasks, but they're generalized tasks. And I think that it's kind of up to them to go see what's going on and then go intervene. Right. I think that even the angels have like an immense amount of free will. I think it's really kind of beautiful to soak that in too. I don't think the angels are some type of robots, and we know they're not because some of them rebelled. I think that they're just given generalized tasks, like job descriptions, and they kind of choose to do it the way that they want to. So the Watchers didn't think they were going to get in trouble, really, but then they did know it was very possible they could get in trouble, right? Because they swore an oath. They knew they were crossing the line. But I think it's like they had so much freedom that's why they did it. Like they were like so used to just freedom. Think about it, like they can freely traverse the world and like even the metaphysical regions of the world, right? They're just going in and out everywhere. Seemingly they can maybe even teleport, right? They can like transport themselves very fast. And we see that in the scriptures that they can just be somewhere else. So like I think that they were so used to this free reign, if you will, that they bit off more than they could chew, and then they found out, oh, we can't go any higher anymore. And I think that's when they realized they messed up. Like Yah had actually changed something physically where they could no longer traverse where they used to, and they're like, oh man, we messed up, you know. And I'm right now, I'm like on the fence. So I think that they could still go to the center. They just couldn't go high up. I think personally that if you even look at a magnetic field, if you got to the center, that would connect all the way up. As in, if you could get to the center, in theory, you could go all the way up to heaven, right? Which has layers. And it basically is the portal out of this place. Like, it is the portal that the entities go in and out of. That's what I currently think. And I think that makes perfect sense with the magnetic field. It has a vortex in the center. Well, like that vortex, it's a hole, bro, right? So like if if we live inside the toroid, well, like the vortex gets you out of here, both up and down. I think that's where the great waters, the deep meet, going down. I think you can go up. I think that the metaphysical entities can go in there. We can't. Like we can't in material form. But I think they can go in there. But then now they can no longer go up. Like the archangels can still go all the way up. That's what I think right now. But I could be wrong. Think about how crazy that is if that's true, though. That's like a movie, dude.
Dude, listen. At this point, like my mind is open to any possibilities. The more I read, the more I study the scriptures, the more I'm blown away. And Enoch does talk about portals and openings towards the north and towards the extremities of the east. And there seems to be a gateway or a portal towards the east, as far east as you can go, right? When you reach the Antarctic Circle, there seems to be an opening that Enoch describes, and it seems to be the same opening that Messiah takes when he returns, because he's coming from the east. So there's somehow a way to traverse from the east to the middle from the outside. Now, don't ask me how, but that's what scriptures teaches. That's what they show. And it's just mind-boggling. I can't
Well,
wrap my
that's
head
what's a
around it.
trip. So that would kind of insinuate that it's directions not like the way that we understand them. Like we define east relative to north and a compass. But say there was like an objective direction. It's just hard to wrap my mind around that, right? Like what would east be? And east isn't to the outside as far as we understand it. That's south in all directions, right? So it's like it's hard to understand. Like, is there like an objective celestial vantage point where you would have like an objective east and west? I don't know, man. Like I can't really understand that. You
I
see what I'm
think,
saying?
yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying, but Jerusalem, if you use Jerusalem as like an anchor, it would have to be east from Jerusalem. If the North Pole is north from Jerusalem, then it would be east from Jerusalem.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't think that
listen.
we're on
I'm
the
not
same.
sure though.
I think that's one thing we may not fully align with, and I'm 100% don't know right now, but I am genuinely considering that. Yeah,
The
like a lot of
Americas.
the yeah, bro.
I
Yeah,
know. I know.
it's
I watched
it's
your
like
video last
blowing my
night,
mind.
actually, or yeah, your last video. You were talking about it in the beginning.
Yeah, it's just a trip, man. Like someone did hit me with they were like, well, when it says corn, it actually means grain. I'm like, okay, that's interesting, maybe, but
That's true.
it's just more than that. It's that almost no one knows this. Almost all fruit and vegetables like are indigenous to the Americas, meaning both North and South. And then when you look into like Egypt, I don't want to necessarily get started on all this, but like when you look into Egypt, like northern and southern Egypt, what does that mean? What does North and South Egypt mean? Like if you actually look at the biblical description of Egypt, it doesn't match modern Egypt at all, like at all, right? So if you actually look at the land masses that supposedly define, or like more so the features that define a North and South Egypt, it only makes sense here. And it would be a northern portion of America and a southern portion of America, not the entire continents that we know, but just it would span both those continents. It'd be north, central, and south. And if you start looking into stuff like the quote unquote Aztecs, which is what they called them, and you find out like, oh, they actually have stories here in the Americas of a god that ruled over them, similar to what's attributed to Osiris, and they literally they broke it up. Osiris, Isis, and what some people call Horus, right? And they broke it up in North, Central, and South America. And this was their favorite land or whatever. So I don't know. I find it very deep because what I did when I dove down the rabbit hole of Atlantis, it brought me back to America because the oldest known reference to Atlantis is it's ATL, which comes from the Mayans. And actually, it literally means deluge, like flood. So, like, the actual name attributed to Atlantis means flood. And the oldest attribution to that word is actually in the Americas, right? It's the Mayans. So I don't know. It's really a trip. And then you know, they found crazy stuff in Florida. So
I would point you to the Table of Nations, both in Genesis and Jubilees, that gives you specific descriptions of who inherited what piece of land was given to who, and there's specific landmarks. And this is irrefutable, bro. Like, if it wasn't for these texts, and I would maybe I would entertain the idea that the Americas was Israel or the Promised Land, but it's too precise in the distribution of the land masses to the.
But I feel like a lot of it doesn't match, man. I will definitely look into it because I want to hear the best argument against it. But like, there are definitely people that have their theories. They look specifically at the allotment of land and then they compare it to the Americas. But like some of it, if it is what we've been told right now and it's actually over there, things have had to drastically change. Like rivers have had to dry up. Crazy stuff. Like 7 rivers don't go into what they call the Nile anymore. So 7 rivers do feed into, like, say, the Mississippi, but not, which has the word ISIS in it, which the Nile is the river of ISIS. But like, if it's in the Middle East, which I'm certainly open to still, right? Of course, like things had to change. Like it had to drastically change. It's also nowhere close to fertile. It doesn't even kind of check the box of fertile. It's the opposite. The Middle East is predominantly desolate, and so I leave that open as a possibility that there was like a major shift and change.
There definitely
but
was.
There had to be though, like right, there had to be rivers that literally dried up.
Yeah, it's a desert wasteland. All that area now, Afghanistan, Iraq, Egypt, but it wasn't like that before. It was all tropical. Yeah, man, like you could, all that whole area of land has been destroyed. It's been cursed.
Yeah.
Even in the scriptures, it says that it would be left desolate.
Yeah, but look at that. That's right. There are places in America that also they check that box, right? So that is true. It's just like all the rivers drying up is kind of tricky, but I don't think that's a good argument either way. Like what
Sodom
the
and
land
Gomorrah,
currently is.
It's still there, bro. Like the sulfur balls that are like
Yeah,
99%
that's
sulfur
one of the
that you
biggest
can't.
ones. Yeah, that's one of the biggest ones that leads me towards the Middle East is that they found more pure sulfur there than they can even make in a lab.
And you could tell the ancient ruins. The buildings are still there. They've just been petrified and like completely destroyed. But not only that, like even Josephus accounts about that area that's now considered the Dead Sea. That Dead Sea is pretty recent historically. When Abraham was around, the Dead Sea wasn't there. That was a tar pit. That whole area was a tar pit. And when the Valley of the Kings, when Abraham had that fight with the kings, the Dead Sea wasn't there. And those 5 cities that were destroyed when Sodom and Gomorrah, because it wasn't just Sodom and Gomorrah that was destroyed. It was like all the cities around it that were also destroyed. That whole area ended up getting flooded by the Jordan River, and that's what created the Dead Sea. Was after the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, what used to be a tar pit became the Dead Sea, which is the lowest point on earth. And you could still see asphalt and tar rising to the top of the Dead Sea from the bottom of that area. But that whole area used to be a tar pit, and all the ancients, or not the ancients, but all historical historians knew this, that it was like famous, like this area, the Dead Sea. This is where Sodom and Gomorrah was. It's not next to the Dead Sea, even though you'll find like next to the Dead Sea, sulfur and like building remains. The middle of that Dead Sea is where Sodom and Gomorrah used to be, underneath that water.
Yeah, that's another interesting part. So there's a technical term for it now, the tar pits thing. And these are also found in near Utah. So that doesn't actually exclude either way either. The sulfur thing is very interesting, right? Like Sodom and Gomorrah is very interesting. Because I'm definitely open to. I know for a fact we were lied to about America, like 100% a fact. Right, there were people here way before, and there's biblical importance to this place. But it could just be that they migrated over here around 722 BC. Right, like I think that's possible as well. I will say Sodom and Gomorrah is really the only one though, like that really throws a wrench in it. But it just takes one. But when you look into, like, say, okay, Utah, it has the salt. Sorry, I'm like working out, but it has the salt body of water. Then it has the river going through the middle. Then it has the fresh body of water on the other side, which is there's only 3 places in the whole world, but one of them is in the Middle East that actually check that box. And then there are tar pits there. And the vast majority of Utah is desolate. It's like a desert. And one of the weird parts is like it says that they basically like they get snow, like the promised land, right? And like it gets snow early in the year, and that does happen in Utah, right? They get snow really, really early in the year, or specifically just that it's going to be a little colder, and you're going to get snow. So I don't know. I like I can't really put it all together yet. I don't know, but like when I was looking into Egypt, bro, like Egypt is such a lie. What they say about Egypt is a lie. They lied about all of that. And to me, it really kind of seems that the Masons, they were obsessed with Egypt, but they didn't think Egypt was over there. Like they built the Sphinx, man. Like they built some of those giant pharaoh statues and stuff. Like they built them, bro. Like there are literally pictures of them putting those faces on and stuff. Like what are they doing? But like if you look into Joseph Smith from the Mormons, right? He was obsessed with quote unquote Egypt and mummies and stuff like that and papyrus. He has all these artifacts, but I think he just found them here. He didn't get them in Egypt. He found them here, just like they found them in the Grand Canyon and they shut the Grand Canyon down. So I don't know. I think maybe the answer is people migrated here, and sure, maybe there was a stronghold of giants and stuff here, and it's biblically important in a way, but it all came from the Middle East. So I don't know.
Before the flood, this place was important because if you look at the scriptures, they talk about so from Eden, which Eden was located in the navel of the earth, and then inside of Eden was the Garden of Eden. When Adam and Eve got kicked out of the garden, they got kicked out eastwards to the mountain of the east. And then the mountain of the east, nobody knows where exactly that is, but it's in the land of Eden. And then from there, Cain's lineage, Cain's children ended up leaving the mountain of the east, and they were warned if they left that mountain that they couldn't get back to it because there was like just something that was preventing them from entering back in, which might mean that it was an ethereal place or somewhere beyond the known world. And then they would leave that mountain, and you have like land masses like Lemuria or Mu that was located somewhere between the Americas and Asia. But beyond that is like where Cain's descendants went. And that's might be where they went is the Americas, because it's a hop and a skip eastwards. You keep going eastwards, you end up in the Americas, and then that's where you get the South American antediluvian structures, and even North America has underground caverns and stuff that are still unexplored. They've been finding ships in California, where hasn't been any water for like thousands of years. But yeah, it could just be that before the flood, it was like an important place for them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because they took over the whole world, right? Like, so the fact that there's all kinds of stuff in America doesn't actually mean anything in the grand scheme of things necessarily, right? Because there was a one world civilization, and these entities seemingly ruled over it, and they fought over it as well. Like they fought each other over ruling over man. And like I'm really starting to kind of grasp the bigger picture, I think, and I just thank y'all for that. Like it's a process, and I'm certainly nowhere near fully understanding it, right? Like I'm still entertaining that the biblical lens could be American, that could be completely wrong. But what I'm saying is like the bigger picture of things. Like, of course, some of these people, some of the Watchers rebelled because they were worshipped like gods, bro. Like really trying to take that in. Like they literally ruled over the earth. Literally, they ruled over earth and were worshipped like gods. Like and they were able to make offspring. So yeah, I can fully understand why they would do it. You know, not that I would ever do that or anything. I'm not saying that that's justifiable, but I don't think it. I don't know. What do you think about this though? Like, I think America was founded with 13 colonies to pay homage to Osiris, and that's why you have the Washington Monument in D.C., the Capitol, because that's his last dismembered body part that couldn't be found. Right, his phallus. So you have the phallic symbol. So there's definitely something about America. There's definitely something about it that the powers that be know that they haven't let everyone else in on. Right? There's definitely, it's like seemingly exclusively special in a way. They chose this place for basically their headquarters of the modern world order, and they founded it with 13 colonies, and then they have the Washington Monument in the Capitol. Right? It's clearly like reference to Osiris. Which, do you agree with this, that Osiris, Gilgamesh, Nimrod, all the same people? All the same person?
No, I think that they're different deities. But Osiris. So it's complicated because when you look at these different pantheons, even though they change names, some of them are the same character. But I do believe Nimrod and Gilgamesh are completely different characters. And I don't really know who Osiris would be in the Babylonian pantheon. I'm not sure.
I think that they're the same person personally. I think that that's different cultural references to the same entity. They're all described as a mighty hunter, a king that ruled over the vast majority of Earth, that rebelled against Yah and tried to take over heaven. And like if you look at the Arabic text, it gives you a bit more context as to what happened with the tower and how they deceived man. Like, why would man try to build a tower to God and take over heaven? That means they know there's a God. Why would they do that? Why would anyone with common sense be like, yeah, let's build a tower and take over heaven? Because that means you know there's a God. Well, the story goes that Nimrod shot, but it's a different name, but it's the same story. Anyway, he shot arrows up into the sky and then went and retrieved them, and they had blood on them. And they said that he told everyone that he killed the creator. So basically, they just had to go clean up and take over. That's what one of the ancient texts said. That the way he deceived people into building the tower was he shot an arrow up into the sky, and then it came back down with blood on it, and he claimed that he killed Yah. Which is incredibly stupid, obviously, but yeah, like if you look into it, man, I don't know, it does. And Rob Ski was the one.
I like Rob Ski, but except he was getting some of his information from the book of Yasher, which I believe to be Jewish myth, Jewish Mishnah. It has no historicity. It wasn't found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It wasn't part of the Second Temple Priest library. It's a medieval forgery, and it has a lot of incorrect, like it just doesn't vibe with scripture, inconsistencies.
Can I ask you guys a question about this? Because you're talking about, it seems to me like you're talking about the land of Egypt, whether that kind of the stories from there are actually applying to America or not, right? If they actually are applying to America, why is there such an obsession over Israel today geopolitically? Do you think there's any link there, or am I making a link where there isn't one? Like, what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, well, see, I think that me and Lion and Yah don't fully agree here as of now. Like, so we would probably have different answers. Like for me, I found literature from some of the most famous Zionists ever that were behind. I forgot his name. He's actually called the father of Zionism, and in his writing, he says that he's like, anyone that thinks we can find the physical state, actual physical Israel is insane. It's stupid and it doesn't matter. So when, like, as they go to found that state of Israel, they're like, the founder of Zionism says, well, we know it's not actually Israel. So I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at. I think it's a distraction. It's like a pseudo obsession.
Are you referring to Theodore Herzl?
Yes, I think so.
Well, there's some truth to that because Zion isn't physical Israel today. The heavenly Zion, nobody knows where that is. King David, when he was living in Jerusalem, said it's towards the north, the city of the great king, who's lofty in its. It says high in its elevation, beautiful in its loftiness, or something like that.
Couldn't you call modern day state of Israel like the beast?
I say so. I think that the modern day Israel or the cabal, like the 1%ers of the Illuminati pyramid, are literally Jews that run the world. They're evil Jews.
Well, I think they're not even actually Jews, right?
I mean, that's debatable. I actually think that they are somehow blood linked to Judah. Like, I really do. At first I was skeptical. I'm like, oh no, those are Ashkenazi Jews.
Their traits don't fit.
Those are Khazarian Jews, right?
They think they're related.
From Turkey, from Tubal Cain, not Tubal Cain.
But it says beware of those in the end, right? Beware of those in the end who claim to be Jews, but in fact,
and
you can't even say this like TOS. That's how you know that we live in an insane world. I can't even finish the Bible verse, but like I could. But anyway, it's like and by the way, the New Testament will be banned as anti-Semitic before too long. All I'm saying is like I personally think it's a distraction. When I found out that the father of Zionism admits openly, well, yeah, I mean we know that we have no idea where the actual state of Israel is, and anyone that thinks that they're going to find it's foolish, and we don't even care. It doesn't matter. It's unimportant. It's just symbolic. And I don't know. I can go either way, though, right? And they did seem to put a lot of effort into getting that specific place. So I don't know.
Would you think then that the obsession over the modern state of Israel is kind of just like a power play? It's just we did it because we can, like you know.
Yeah.
What it actually is, and there's some documentaries that you can look for. And I know that I hesitate to bring up this name because of the whole white supremacy stigma, but David Duke actually had a documentary called "The Promised Land of Organized Crime," and basically goes into how Israel was a state set up to be a place where you could be a legal mafia.
Yeah, I mean, David Duke only gets called a white supremacist because he brings up these points.
Exactly.
So it's like, well, of course there's going to be a stigma to him because he's bringing up legitimate attacks on the worldview of the people who already control everything anyway. So, of course they're going to slander him. I'm just going to let him get away with it, right?
It's convenient they can be white when they want to, and then call everyone white supremacists on the other hand.
I saw David Duke destroy Alex Jones in a debate. It was hilarious.
Yeah,
that's one thing I don't like about Alex Jones. Alex Jones never speaks bad about Israel or the Jews. Like, why? Like, you talk bad about everybody except like this group of people.
Yeah, he's owned, bro. Like Adam Green went on there, and I don't agree with that. Like, I actually think I'm going to debate Adam Green. But if you guys knew who that is, no more news. Adam Green, but anyway, he destroyed Alex Jones when he went on there, and Alex Jones got super nervous, and he was trying to act like I'm not afraid to talk about Israel, but then he just like consistently shilled for them the whole time. Like Alex Jones there's a few things you're not allowed to talk about, and that's at the top of the list. You'll never hear Joe Rogan talk about it, and you'll never hear him talk about it.
Well, you'll be a Holocaust denier if you do, and you wouldn't want to be racist, would you?
That's literally worse than denying 9/11.
Well, yeah, I can't even get into all this. Like the number that's shoved down our throat is just prophetic for them. What a coincidence! It was said before it happened. So like, all of it's sketchy, bro. I personally don't believe in the current state of Israel. I actually put this in my song, right, in the field. I'm like, geopolitically, we in the field for Israel. Wonder, is it real?
No, yeah,
right. That's what I meant by it.
But the thing is, a lot of Christians, they don't see that. You know, they're like Zionists, not even realizing what they're accepting and promoting is against the scriptures, because those people over there are not God's people. They're not. They're the law of the land that they impose on their people is based off the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud.
Yep. How much more blatant can it be? It's literally called the Babylonian Talmud. Like the Babylonian Talmud. That's totally normal. That's no big deal. But like, I don't know. So we disagree here, though, right? Like, you think that is the physical land, though?
Yeah, because it's too much to you have so much evidence, bro, between the Dead Sea Scrolls found in the caves of Judea from the second exile temple priests themselves, the Jordan River, where Messiah himself and John the Baptist would baptize from the mouth of the Jordan. That's all still there. It's the place is called Bethabara. Some of the oldest maps in existence that were found on tiled floors show that area. We're talking about the 3rd century. These tiled floor maps show Bethabara, where exactly we're supposed to be, near the mouth of the Jordan River. There's so much, bro. Like, you got all these tombs. The tomb of Isaiah is still there. There's so many prophets whose tombs are still there. In the Reed Sea, they found Pharaoh's army, bro, at the bottom of the Reed Sea. And
Yeah, I heard about that.
the journey from that Egypt.
When Ponce
like
de Leon, when Ponce de Leon was in Puerto Rico and he went to Florida, one of the first things he said he was looking for was the Jordan River.
Yeah, it's funny because Columbus was reading Second Ezra, bro. He thought that there was land to the west.
There's tons of contradictory evidence or accounts, right? So it's like, I don't know. I did originally think, like, there's just way too much Middle Eastern evidence. That's what I told Kai when she brought it up, because people have been asking me, looking at this for a while. I first heard this idea like 3 years ago, but so I kind of dismissed it. I'm like, there's just a wealth of historical, like anthropological and archaeological evidence about the Middle East, but I don't know, like, as I'm trying to look into it, a lot of it's falling apart, man. And it's, I don't know. Like, I'm on the fence. I think that Hebrew people may have came here, but a lot of it is sketchy, bro. A lot of that evidence, everything about Egypt, sketchy. A lot of the stuff that we're told about the Middle East, sketchy. And it seems like more Hebrew is found here. More ancient Hebrew is found here, and no one even knows any was found here. So it's like, they're, at the least, they are definitely hiding the Hebrew connection with America back in the old world, right? Like, at the least, they hid that there's some type of Hebrew connection with the old world. I'm not necessarily going to say that justifies the leap, right? But it's just definitely deeper than we've been told. I don't believe the mainstream Arab-centric history at all. Like, I just don't believe it. I think it's BS. And yeah, maybe I'm biased because America's here, but I think it is one of the most beautiful places in the world. If you combine North and South America, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a more diverse, beautiful piece of land.
The nature says it all. What grows here versus what grows over in the Middle East should be absolutely damning evidence. But speaking of things that do fall apart, I did have a legitimate question for the people who do subscribe to the Dead Sea Scrolls being like really good archaeological evidence. And the reason why I'm asking this, obviously, is because the Dead Sea Scrolls that were recently found out to be forgeries over in the Bible Museum. I don't know. I haven't actually done the research into how many of those Dead Sea Scrolls they actually had versus how many there were total and where the rest of them are. And I'm wondering how long it would be, since they are finding out forgeries, if they find out that, or if they announce for one reason or another that the rest of them are forgeries also.
Yeah, see, I gotta admit, I put an asterisk beside the Dead Sea Scrolls as well, because, for one, modern Christianity shoves this down your throat like it's evidence. They're like, oh, you think it's a coincidence that the Dead Sea Scrolls were found right when the state of Israel was founded? And no, I don't think it's a coincidence. And no, I don't necessarily think it's God that did it. I don't. I mean, I leave the possibility open, but yeah, the Dead Sea Scrolls have some sketchy connections, dude.
I mean, okay, so you have the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are any scrolls that were found next to the Dead Sea are considered Dead Sea Scrolls. But you have to differentiate different finds, because they're finding scrolls all over the place, separate from the archaeological site in Bethabara, aka Qumran, right? You got 4 caves, mainly, that they found, which is the majority of the Zadokite Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, there are other scrolls around the Dead Sea that are not from the same sect of priests. Like, you got Dead Sea Scrolls being found in Engedi that are Gnostic, right? You got Dead Sea Scrolls that are found in the Cave of Horrors, which was off a cliff. That's not part of the same sect. These are written in Greek, right? So you have all these different Dead Sea Scrolls, not to be conflated with the ones that were found in Cave 4 of Bethabara. And that area, Bethabara, is scriptural. It's exactly where John the Baptist and Messiah were baptizing.
So the story goes, but I do think it's funny that we're going through retroactively picking and choosing, like Star Wars, which stories are canon and which aren't.
Who does that?
Well, this is what I gotta say about this, though. The thing about this, okay, so for one, like the tombs things don't mean anything to me because like they found all kinds of tombs that say Yeshua, just a popular name, and none of them are his, right? And in addition, how would we know what's in America? See, this is what the whole trick is. It's like, oh, they're finding all these scrolls in the Middle East. Yeah, because everyone's told that's where everything happened, and they're excavating constantly, right? They're doing archaeological digs constantly. That doesn't happen in America at all. They don't do excavations in America at all, like nothing. So, just like, well, what are the tombs? Like, what are the mounds, right, in America? Are the mounds tombs? Because it looks like the mounds could be tombs. Well, you're not allowed to dig them up. Like, even where I'm from in Tennessee, little old Tennessee, West Tennessee, no one there. There's this huge thing of mounds. You're not allowed to touch them. They're all over America, and they're not excavated. There's probably so much Hebrew stuff here, and no one would know. They don't do any archaeological digs in America because we're told there's nothing to dig for. There was no one here. So that's what I think. I think that we could be sitting on a gold mine of information from the past. And how would we know? No one looks it up. And then what have they done? They've called every major beautiful area in America a national park, and you can't go there. And I know this because I went to almost every national park I could get my hand on when I was on tour. And it's the most incredibly beautiful places in America. And they have like many, many, many square miles. And there's just one road that cuts through it. And you can't go anywhere else. I mean, I think that if you really step back and be like, well, we have no idea what could be here because it's never looked into.
Yeah, I just believe that the ancient Hebrews did come to the Americas, but they fled Israel. They literally fled Israel, came to the Americas. They found 800 runes in Puerto Rico with Hebrew scriptures on them. They're finding Hebrew all over the place. It could have been antediluvian, or it could have been after the Assyrian exile. It's hard to tell. I mean, I know that if you believe in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth that Alexander the Great discovered when he pillaged Egypt in the Atlantean chamber inside the Great Pyramid of Giza, those tablets are allegedly written in Phoenician Hebrew, bro. Like, it's literally the Hebrew alphabet. But these tablets, they seem to predate the flood. They're written on, they're carved out on emerald, allegedly. So like, and this was not a Hebrew. Thoth was not a Hebrew. He was not a Jew. He was an evil demigod that just happens to have written the tablets in Phoenician Hebrew.
Yeah, but can you kind of like, you can kind of concede my point though, right? Like, we really don't know what all's here because it's not looked at. Like, you agree that in the Middle East, they're constantly doing digs. There is a ton of evidence that stuff happened in the Middle East. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, even looks like we may have found Jericho, but the whole like we found Jericho thing, it's a whole bunch of speculation. They're like, oh well, we found these bases that were full of all kinds of food, and if they were really holding off people for a long time, then they would have eaten their food supply, but they didn't. It's like it happened quickly, and they show that it has the same layout when he goes up to the city, as Jericho describes as a hill going up. They think they found Jericho. Or like when they looked at quote-unquote Egypt, they found a small section that had Semitic artifacts. Like there was a Semitic group of people, like the Jews, that just got up and left all their stuff. But it all has a whole lot of assumptions in it. Like that's how archaeology is, right? Like, you see like a half a vase and then they tell you a full 20-year story of what happened there. So I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I think America's probably pretty wealthy when it comes to historical artifacts and no one knows. And just look at how many mounds are here. I don't know. I think you could hide more stuff here than in the Middle East, I guess is what I'm saying. To clarify, I am open to what he's saying, though, like that the Hebrew people just came over here around 700 BC, and that was hidden. You know, I think that's possible as well.
I think if we buy into the narrative that that of the whole God that was communicating with the people, I can possibly subscribe to the idea that they were already here and that the language was already all over the place. Like, why wouldn't it be?
So, soon as set. Yeah, like I don't know. I think it's very crazy, man. I think at the least we were lied to on an immense scale and about the Americas. That's just a fact. Right? Now, what it is, I don't know. Like, if you guys, I'm sure you guys have heard of the Saxter stones in Florida. They found these like giant anchors, like giant anchors. And if you look into just like old newspapers in America, they were constantly finding giant bones in the mounds. So then now they just say you're not allowed to dig up the mounds anymore. So there were tons of giants here. All the quote unquote Native Americans talk about fair skinned, red haired giants, like all of them. So it's like this had a stronghold of giant
opinions
presence.
on this, I've got a lot of opinions, but I don't want to like spoil your research. My main opinion is the America is an old world and a new world, and not necessarily the biblical land. But everything else you're saying about this research, I seem to agree with.
Yeah, well, I don't want to get into like let's argue about if the Bible's legit. I'm just saying that almost no one knows that Hebrew was found in America, much less like an insanely large amount of it. And
I'd agree. They've been there and they're referencing back and they want to go there all at the same time through the stories.
Yeah, some of the natives even spoke Hebrew and Greek.
yeah, if you look into someone sent me a book called When the Rocks Cry Out, and I don't agree with this guy already on a lot of stuff. I heard an interview with the guy, and it's just very, very interesting stuff, man, when he's talking about how basically the Africans came over here because they had stories passed down to them of like their ancestral cities and stuff like that. One was an island, and they said they wrote about how they discovered it. It was in the southern body of water below North America and near Mexico. And the idea being that they scattered out from this place. They had histories about this place. They came back over. One thing's for sure, this whole narrative that they didn't know about it is just a lie.
There's
You know
also
what I mean? Like, it's a lie.
There's also a really interesting book called We Were Not the Savages that details how the Native Americans over here were actually already had like advanced civilizations and forts and stuff that were discovered or rediscovered by African what would you call it, African explorers and stuff that we're not told about at all in mainstream history.
Yeah, and I don't think that they brought in like millions of African slaves over here on ships. I don't believe that at all. Right? I think they were just here. When you go take over a land, you take over the people that are there. You don't like immediately bring a ton of people over. You can't even feed yourself.
I think there was huge civilizations of Babylonians, Sumerians, priest class, pyramid builders, and loads of slaves with them, different races. Loads of them were in America, loads of them were in Egypt, and all over different places of the world. And they're that smart, they travel around. I don't believe the 6,000 years, so I'll give it like 20 or 30,000 years for civilizations to die and survive and die and survive and tell stories about their past.
Arbitrary. It could happen in a couple hundred years.
Sure, I do believe in accelerated timelines, but I think it's in the thousands of years.
I would say between 6 and 13,000 years, max. The whole
what I meant
history
was-
of the world, from the creation of the animals and everything.
Didn't mean exactly 6,000. I meant I give it longer than the creationists do.
But why? Just to have a point to disagree on, or is there
No,
some?
because it seems like they wrote the story and they were referencing the past, but their story doesn't seem to go back far enough. And logically, to me, it's not far enough.
No, logically.
But I'm fine with different people having different ideas about linear time, so I'm not bothered about the timeline. I'm just saying, I think stuff happened before Genesis, if
Yeah.
somehow.
Okay. Stuff happened before the Earth was created. That's weird.
I know.
Well, no, you mean before Genesis was written?
Well, I believe in aliens and cosmic events and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, but we were talking about this earlier. Actually, it's set that. But yeah, like I think Enoch was the first scribe, first thing written, brought into the ark. It's fads. I'm talking like before Sumerian texts. That's what I think. I think, yeah, of course, Genesis is not the first at all, right? But to just basically summarize the story with the straw man of Genesis being the first thing written within the Hebrew paradigm is the trick.
I think that's a few leaps of logic.
Okay.
But cosmic aliens isn't?
Right.
Oh, sure, yeah, I make leaps of logic. But that's because I'm trying to compete with you guys on an origin story.
It's all good. I love
And
it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, have you ever considered that? You know, like I know the talking points. Like people still believe in zeitgeist and stuff. It just takes like 20 minutes to debunk zeitgeist. But like, but anyway, like I get the narrative, right? Like I used to believe it too. I watched zeitgeist and I was like, oh my gosh. And I actually went like 2 years just kind of thinking that was true, which goes to show the danger in not fact checking things. But we talked about that. I'm not trying to change the subject to zeitgeist because I've already talked to you about that and it's just thoroughly debunked. But anyway, more so, I'm saying the narrative in general, right? Which is like, well, and it does have some logic in it, right? Like these Hebrew people basically just wrote their own version of stories that already existed before them.
Yes.
But yeah, I get it. That's I used to think the same thing.
I can give you, if the Hebrew stories and Genesis is about the first big civilization on Earth or the first group of people, and that can include them being the Sumerians who built all the old temples and pyramids, then I can give you it. That the Bible is about the real first people. But I think it's more nuanced and they're split. They're not all Hebrew. Like you say, there was white giants, right? That's not Hebrew. That's something different.
You could just flip that though and say that they copied off the Bible.
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is the trick. It's pretty magnificently done. They removed Enoch, and Enoch was the first scribe, and it was passed down to his great grandson and taken on the flood, or taken on the ark in the flood. And they removed it. Everyone thinks that the scriptures just start with Genesis. So, like, oh, I'm supposed to believe that Genesis is like the truth about how everything started. And there are texts that are way older than that. And you can show similarities between the two, like a flood story here and a flood story there. I'm supposed to believe that Genesis is like the theme, you know. But no, Enoch. Enoch was written before the flood.
Yeah, so
He was the
according to the
first scroll.
testament of the 12 patriarchs, right, the sons of Jacob. Now, this is way before Moshe was born. This is way before the Exodus, way before the commandments were given on Mount Sinai. What were they reading, right? And according to the 12 testaments of the patriarchs, what they were reading were the writings of Enoch and the writings of Noah that were passed down. And then the testaments of the patriarchs. So back to Abraham had his testament, and going down, like they all had their testaments on their deathbed. They had a testament. It was like a Hebrew custom that you would gather all the children, the grandsons together on your deathbed, and you would tell them like your last testament before you move on. And like these testaments are profound, and so
Yeah,
they relied on they relied on the testaments of the 12 patriarchs, the writings of Noah, and the writings of Enoch until Moshe came around.
Yeah, dude. The patriarch testimonies are like pretty insane, right? That they've been removed. They had like so much context, and same with Enoch. So like Enoch. So everyone's like, okay, Genesis. Well, Jubilees also has a creation account, right? But everyone's like, oh, well, talking about how the world was made. So this is the first part of the story. This is what we need this is the beginning, and then it tells us everything that happened from there. No, it doesn't. It actually writes from the perspective that it's been hundreds and hundreds of years since the setting was already established and the context was written. Everyone knew it. That's why Genesis breezes past, chapter 6, right? Where it's like, or Genesis 6 is like, the sons of God took women and there were giants on the earth in those days. It's like, it just breezes past that because everyone already knows it. There's a book that goes in extensive detail about it, like tells you everything about it. It tells you the watchers, it even names them, it tells you what they did, what each deception they brought was. So like that's why Genesis doesn't go into detail about it, because it's assumed that everyone's already having read the setting, right? Like they already know the setting because they've already read Enoch, and it was removed. It's a brilliant, simple. You can actually track back the Catholic Church giving a decree to remove the Book of Enoch from the face of the earth. Like it's documented. So
I'm sure they wanted to hide that and did their best as well.
yeah, it didn't work. It worked for a long time. Just a second.
For example, in the Testament of Shimon or Simon 5:4, 5:3 says, "Beware therefore of fornication, for fornication is the mother of all evil, separating from Elohim and bringing near to Baal or Baal. For I have seen it inscribed in the writings of Enoch, Hanok, that your sons shall be corrupted in fornication and shall do harm to the sons of Levi with the sword." That's just evidence that this is what they were considering scripture. It was the writings of Enoch, the writings of Noah, and the writings of Noah's father, Lamech.
Yeah, those writings bring so much clarity to scripture. I really recommend them. Enoch and the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, if you're interested in scripture.
The Testament of Lamech, an antediluvian character, the father of Noah, insane, completely insane. It talks about when Noah was born, Lamech was flipping out. Like he accused his wife of committing adultery with one of these demigods that were like, they knew these demigods and how they looked like. And they looked white. They looked like white men with blue eyes. So that means that most of humanity back then was probably olive tone or red skin, like Native Americans.
Yep.
And then when Noah was born, he looked white with blue eyes, and he just had this radiant appearance to him, and they've never seen that before from a regular person. And she was accused of committing adultery, and then he goes seeks Methuselah, his father, for advice or counsel on this matter, and Methuselah's like, I don't know, like let me go ask Enoch. By this time, Enoch's already been conducted into the Garden of Eden, and Methuselah has to travel by foot to the ends of the earth, to the extremities of the earth. Some of these scriptures say wherever that might be, but it seems to be like either Antarctica or the North Pole, and I can't tell which one. And he's scared that Enoch's going to be pissed at him for going there, because apparently we're not supposed to go there. And Methuselah's hoping that Enoch's not going to be pissed at him. And then he confronts Enoch. He calls out to Enoch from literally the edge of existence, our existence, to where it transitions into the ethereal. And he goes and asks Enoch, like, Enoch. And Enoch actually appears to him, but he's actually not upset with him, and tells him, like, yeah, Noah's legit. Like, Noah's of your seed. Like, don't worry about him. He's going to be a special child. And I'm paraphrasing, but it's an incredible testimony.
Yep. Yeah, like think about how crazy it is to remove the first book. I don't know. It just like allows for a vicious drama.
Enoch tells Methuselah and Lamech and Noah that after the death of Methuselah, 7 days, a week after he dies, the flood will come upon the earth. And literally, Methuselah died, and 7 days later, the flood, it started raining.
Yeah. And then people saw rain coming from the sky, and they were like, what's going on? Maybe this guy's not so crazy after all. And they wanted to get to New York. It was too late. Like, because then this is what it is, right? It's like they all knew, like, Enoch was the first scribe. He wrote things down. He like was taken on this metaphysical journey effectively and shown all kinds of secrets. He was like elect. And in fact, he even, the watchers came to him as an intercessor, and and Yah's like, I made you to intercess on behalf of man, and now you have a man intercessing on your behalf. Like you got it all twisted, basically. Like this dude was an OG. He was like the OG when it comes to scribes and like conveying a message and in written form, and that's why in Jude it says, as Enoch the seventh from Adam prophesied. And it quotes it verbatim about how there will be judgment in the end of the wicked, and how they'll be completely full of wickedness, right? Like this is because this was the first message that was given, passed down through lineage, right? It's like the thing that starts off the entire like written timeline, and it was removed. It was just removed, bro. So that's like a huge deception, man. And I think that his will was done while it was hidden, and he's in control. And obviously we're in the end now. I know people think that's crazy, but we're in the season of the end. That's why it got brought back up, because now we need to know it. Now it's not like, oh, well, it's okay, you can figure it out. Now you have to know it. You're going to need to know the context to see what's going to happen in the future, in my opinion. Lion, what do you think about this? Have you ever heard it theorized that one of the things that Daniel is referencing when it says, shut up the words of the book and seal them to the end, and people will come to and fro and knowledge will increase, that it's talking about Enoch and other texts that were hidden for some time?
So Isaiah 29 has a similar scripture, and I think it's just talking about people, the knowledge increasing. It's not talking about like scientific knowledge. It's talking about the knowledge that scripture's speaking about there is spiritual knowledge, like the word, right? How we have different translations, and everybody can now compare and contrast the different fragments, the different manuscripts, and how everybody's can read and write, where for most of history people were illiterate, bro. Like people take it for granted their ability to write. Back in the day, people had to go to the temple on Shabbat to hear the word spoken. Now we have the good fortune of being able to read, and we just kind of it just collects dust on the shelf for most people. Now that we have like the internet to be able to compare and contrast and just look up verses at our fingertips, knowledge is increasing. And not only that, but caves are being open, you know, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, like that was open, bro. And since then, like knowledge has continued to increase, and you got archaeologists finding all kinds of, you know, connections between the ancient scriptures, bro. Like it's just
Okay.
all the stuff. It's all just. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Like, yeah, I'm indifferent. I don't really know. Like, what's interesting is like actually every 7 years the entire Torah was read out orally, like entire Torah, beginning to end, every 7 years in the Hebrew culture. And it's funny actually because my daughter's name is Aliyah, right? Aliyah, and that means to rise up. But one of the ways it's used, it's like to rise up and read the Torah. It's like your turn to rise up and read it, like to step up in front of everyone. But yeah, like I don't know. It says shut up the words of the book and seal it until the end. And I'm kind of on the fence about that. But like, have you seen or you're familiar with where like basically the temple was burned down and tons of the scripts were lost, and then they were rewritten, and some of the books were left out on purpose, right? Like
Ezra chapter 14.
Yeah, and basically it says like it says that these books are just for those with wisdom. It's not for everyone.
Yeah, so Ezra says that Yah tells him basically that to leave these scriptures out because the ones that I gave you, the 70 that you have, are for the worthy and the unworthy to read. But these other scriptures are for only the worthy to read, like only those that have wisdom. Because in this book is the fountain of wisdom. And like basically, I believe those books are like Enoch and Jubilees and the 12 Testaments of the Patriarchs. Like these books are like extra manna for those that have exhausted what we have in the 66, right? Once you've exhausted those and you have a foundation, then you can move on to Enoch or Jubilees or the 12 Testaments.
Yeah, and that's what's so crazy though, because it's like I feel like Enoch is so pivotal for even just like everyone to understand the story, right? It's like the whole story. I mean, I'm obviously not in a position to be like, oh yeah, I should show everyone this or anything, but it's like Enoch seems to be a thing that everyone should read. But obviously, it does seem to fit the description you're saying because it was not available to people for so long. So obviously, it's not required. But like when I was trying to tell my grandmother about this like 5 years ago, she was like, well, what does Enoch have that I need for salvation? And I'm like, what? I'm like, dude, why would you not want to know? I'm like, if we are approaching the end, why would you not want to know about the specific warning about what happens in the end, right? And it's like the days of Noah, and then we're told the story. Why would you not want to know? But I guess my point to bring that up is she's technically right. You don't actually need Enoch to understand the path of salvation, right? So I guess what you're saying does make sense. Like it's not necessary in that sense. I just think it's a huge block for people trying, like so many people think the Bible is crazy, bro. And it's like they don't really understand the context. They literally are just judging the Bible on a straw man. They don't understand what actually happened. They don't understand that these entities came and they ruled over the world and were treated like gods. It doesn't matter if you think it's crazy. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. And they were basically like superheroes. It was like the Avengers in real life. People were superheroes, basically. They were worshipped like gods, and they took over the world. And every single civilization in the world talks about it. They talk about how these things were like godlike and taught them all kinds of secrets and quote unquote wisdom and knowledge, right? It's like this is such a huge difference in the way that mainstream Christianity in modern times depicts the story. It's totally different. Where now they're bending over trying to make it fit within evolution and billions of years and all that stuff. Really, it's like I don't know. It's I guess what I'm saying is it's sad for me to see so many people exclude the Bible built upon a straw man. You see what I'm saying? They don't have the context. I think that Enoch is so pivotal for that.
I wanted to mention that according to both Hebrews, Paul, and the Dead Sea Scrolls, like Messiah's time was considered the last days, like the end days. And that's kind of hard for us to understand because it's been 2,000 years. But if you look at if what we have is a 7-year time span until the millennial reign, Messiah's time was more than halfway through that. So you're literally looking at the last section or fraction of time. And like they considered his time like the last days. And we're 2,000 years into the last days. So how closer are we to his return if you believe this stuff, right?
Well, have you looked into what the Jews think? So I had one of my supporters call me. I talked to him on the phone for like an hour a couple of days ago, and he was telling me about like what the current rabbinical teaching, and it's like, so they use the analogy of the week and Shabbat to describe when their Messiah is going to come, right? And the Messiah is coming analogously on Shabbat, and they start their Shabbat at 7 p.m. right on Friday night, and they say that we're in the late afternoon, and they say that the Messiah will come anywhere from the Jewish Messiah, right? Will come anywhere from 50 to 200 years.
I mean,
that's what they say.
I think, yeah, anywhere between 120 to 300 years. The only reason I say that is because of the Mazzaroth, the constellations. Because the age of Aquarius, we're at the precipice of it.
Well, then that would fit right in that window. Like, for the most part, the Jews are saying that it's like, and technically, I think it could be just over 200. So I think it's like the real window. Someone else calculated it differently, and that's where you get maybe as low as 50. But the Jews' popular belief right now is, I want to say it's like maybe 150 to 220. Yeah, it could be 175 or 275. I don't remember. I'm kind of getting mixed up, but right in that window, right? Just say 1 to 300.
Yeah.
Which is why it's like everyone's freaking out right now, but it's like, bro, you just don't get it. Like, it's gonna get so bad, so that as time progresses, it's always gonna look like, wow, how much worse could it get? Because it gets so bad. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that like 2030 is the end of the world, and people say stuff like that, but I don't think we're even close at all like that. But yeah, actually, Nate made a good point, right? Like, Enoch was available, though, right? Like, Enoch was available to the early church fathers, quote unquote, right? I mean, this was not a unknown book. In fact, there were arguments in like the 3rd and 4th century about whether or not it was scripture, right? So it wasn't really successfully removed until after that. The Catholic Church kind of like wiped it out. So in that sense, Nate didn't really rebut what I'm saying, because the Catholic Church is the reason that it really got like erased. But anyway, I'm all over the place.
No, Enoch was favorably used by, you got Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, Origen, and a host of other early church fathers, around the time of before the Nicene Creed. So they all read Enoch. They understood Enoch to be inspired.
Yep. And like, and from my understanding, like, even the Messiah refers to it as scripture, right? Like, because he says like, oh, you don't know the power of Yah nor the scriptures. If you're asking me if who gets the wife in heaven, because there is no marriage in heaven. You're like that of the angel, and it's like, that's only explained in Enoch, and that's explicitly explained in Enoch.
Jude clearly verbatimly quoted Enoch Peter quoted Enoch, Messiah quoted Enoch. Yeah, Enoch was
Yep.
definitely read by the apostles. And
Absolutely.
clearly by the Second Temple priests, because it was found in their library. They got like multiple copies of it.
And by the Messiah himself, right? I mean,
I was gonna say there was a full copy of Enoch that's incredible. It was written in Aramaic that was sold to a private buyer by the Israeli antiquities people. They sold it to a. It's never seen the day of light. Nobody's ever read it. We haven't seen it publicized or translated on the internet. Some guy just has it in his collection. He won't let go of it.
that's a trip. I did not know that. Wow. I would love to see that thing.
But yeah, man, I don't know. I don't want to bore people with this topic. You could change it up or talk about the Jews.
Well, I don't even know. I mean, like, this has got to be one of the most intriguing topics ever. Like, entities reigned over the world as gods and made giants. I mean, now we have two options. One is that's crazy. That's just a fairy tale. It's a hyperbolic. It's not really. Or it really happened. Well, then we look at the evidence. It's like, so it's entirely illogical to think that around the entire world, all of these civilizations wrote the same story, unrelated to one another, and it's just a coincidence. Of all the stories you could come up with, metaphysical entities coming and taking women and making giants, really, bro? Like every single civilization, effectively, all around the world wrote about that. Same with Atlantis. They all wrote about the people that came up out of the sea, came from the sea, taught them how to read and to write, taught them laws, taught them everything. They all come from the great city of an island. So, like, I don't know. I think, like, even from like a non-biblical perspective, someone should be very intrigued by the fact that everywhere in the world claimed there were metaphysical entities that made giants. Right? You would think so. I don't know.
So I'm gonna read a scripture here from it's attributed to Enoch, found in the Ethiopian Orthodox canon, and it says, "And straightway there were given unto them with his word flesh and blood, and a heart of the children of men." So these are the watchers that initially came down. They actually received like bodies, reasons how they were able to actually cohabitate with women. It says, "And they were content to leave the height of heaven, and they came down to earth to the folly of the dancing of the children of Cain, with all their work of the artisan which they had made in the folly of their fornication, and to their singings which they accompany with the tambourine and the flutes and the pipes and much shouting and loud cries of joy and noisy songs. And their daughters were there, and they enjoyed the orgies without shame, for they scented themselves for the men who pleased them, and they lost the balance in their minds." So the watchers literally they couldn't withstand it. They just lost. It says they lost their balance in their minds, and the men did not restrain themselves for a moment, but they took to wife from among the women those whom they had chosen, and committed sin with them. For Elohim hath no resting place in the hearts of the arrogant and those who revile, but he abideth in the hearts of the humble and those who are sincere. And hold on. There's a part here where it talks about the babies splitting up the stomachs, bro. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah. Well, what are you reading from?
It's an excerpt from the Ethiopian Jews. It's a compilation of fragments found in their church. But hold on. It says, "The daughters of Cain with whom the angels had companied conceived, but they were unable to bring forth their children, and they died. And of the children who were in their womb, some died, and some came forth, having split open the bellies of their mothers. They came forth by their navels. And when they were grown up and reached man's estate, they became giants, whose height reached unto the clouds," which the Greek pantheon calls these people the Titans.
Yeah,
Anyways,
I've definitely heard that. imagine like knowing you'll probably die, but still wanting to like give birth to the giant anyway. Yeah, if you can send me that, I would love to look over that.
Yeah, sure. I'll send you a PDF.
Thank you. Just a second.
I just thought of a weird question in my head. Do you think halal meat is an attempt to make it better? Because before that, people were doing really weird shit to animals, or is it an attempt to keep the weird shit people used to do to animals? What's worse, normal slaughterhouse or halal slaughter? Can't be bothered to think about it anymore. It's just different methods, isn't it, for the same thing?
What do you mean by that? I don't understand. Hello?
Yeah. What's the best way to sacrifice an animal? Do you have to cut it and watch the blood drain out? Or can you just pull your spear out and cook it? Like, is there a moral way to do it?
I mean, yeah, scripturally, there's an ideal way to do it. But if you're hunting and you're trying to kill an animal with a bow and arrow, right? Well, no matter how you kill the animal's going to suffer, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's inevitable. But the idea is to try to not make it suffer as much as possible, if you can.
Do you think halal is claiming to make it better for the animal?
I don't know much about halal meats and how they go. I don't know about how the Muslims do
It
that.
just means they cut the throat and let it bleed first.
I eat halal meat. I have no problem with it, but I don't know exactly how the Muslims carry the slaughtering of animals. I haven't studied it. I'm assuming it's similar to the way the Hebrews would have done it, but
yeah,
do they bless it?
Yeah, blessed and then throat slit.
Yeah, I mean,
This Mark Zuckerberg's attempt to look like one of the people, then, Don.
Yes, it was him trying to look like a real friendly garden streamer.
Not a robot. I'm not a robot. Look, I'm just grilling my meats in my backyard.
With two friends that didn't look like his real friends, just like people that were over.
Just some extras.
Yeah. It's actually a weird stream to watch because obviously this character trying to be human is fascinating to watch. He's just got into jiu-jitsu, if you believe the mainstream story, and he won a gold medal.
Yeah, I keep saying, oh, I'd love to do that because there's no better fighting style than Brazilian jiu-jitsu, apparently. Nobody can beat it. No other form of fight, because my brother's obsessed with it, so I keep thinking that'd be great to get into, but and then I start reading a thing. Oh no. I need to get out more, I guess is what I'm saying.
If the apocalypse starts, you'll have to quickly learn it.
Oh yeah, people love an apocalypse, don't they? You know, it's interesting. I was reading this thing, Solomon, Solon. He got this. I feel like reading it, but it's quite long. I might just post it. I don't know. But it's essentially saying, I'll read the first bit basically. He has, wait a minute. Interesting, Solon and Plato share the same descent, henceforth being distant relatives. He has a prominent role in Plato's magnum opus Timaeus, where Critias narrates to Socrates and the others about Solon's visit to Egypt. There he has a conversation with a wise priest. This conversation provides us with a huge insight into Greece's lost history many millennia ago. The priest says, "O Solon, Solon, you Hellenes are never anything but children, and there is not an old man among you." Solon in return asks him what he meant. He replied that in mind you are all young. There is no old opinion handed down among you by ancient tradition, nor any science which is hoary with age. Basically, the whole thing is basically him saying there's been loads of, there's not just been one flood, there's been lots of cataclysms. It's kind of interesting, but
Like a cyclical cycle of cataclysms.
yeah, it's. I mean, I can just read it if you want. It's just quite long.
I'm down, man. Whatever you want. I don't know what everybody else wants, but I'm down.
And I will tell you why there have been, and will be, again, many destructions of mankind arising out of many causes. The greatest have been brought about by the agencies of fire and water, and other lesser ones by innumerable other causes. There is a story which even you are preserved, that once upon a time Phaethon, the son of Helios, having yoked the steeds of his father's chariot because he was not able to drive them in a path of his father, burnt up all that was upon the earth, and was himself destroyed by a thunderbolt. Now this has the form of a myth, but really signifies a declination of the bodies moving in the heavens around the earth, and a great configuration of things upon the earth, which recurs after long intervals. At such times, those who live upon the mountains and dry and lofty places are more liable to destruction than those who dwell by rivers or by the seashore. When, on the other hand, the gods purged the earth with a deluge of water, the survivors in your country are herdsmen and shepherds who dwell on the mountains, but those who, like you, live in cities are carried by rivers into the sea. Whereas in this land, neither then nor at any time does the water come down from above on the fields, having always tendency to come from below, for which reasons the tradition preserved here are the most ancient. Whereas just when you and other nations are beginning to be provided with letters and the other requisites of civilized life, after a usual interval, the stream from heaven, like a pestilence, comes pouring down and leaves only those of you who are destitute of letters and education, and so you have to begin all over again like children, and know nothing what happened in your ancient times, either among us or among yourselves. As for those genealogies of yours which you are now recounted to us, Solon, they are no better than the tales of children. In the first place, you remember a single deluge only, but there were many previous ones. In the next place, you do not know that there formerly dwelt in your land the fairest and noblest race of men which ever lived, and that you and your whole city are descended from a small seed or remnant of them which survived. And this was unknown to you, because for many generations the survivors of that destruction died, leaving no written word. The dialogue serves as a premium to the priest's narration of Atlantis, which is the core subject of Plato's Timaeus. Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
I believe in cyclical cataclysms. I don't know about exactly like,
Yeah, it makes sense.
but and then worldwide cataclysms, that's another story. Like you might have local floods or local cataclysms, but like a worldwide cataclysm, like a comet hitting the earth and destroying all life on it or most life on it. I'm not so
Yeah,
sure.
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, but when we look around at just the structures and stuff like that, you do think to yourself, well, something was going off here. Just the just the pyramids alone tell you that. I think the sacred geometry that's put in there. You're like, oh shit, these people knew what they were doing.
Yeah. I've got one for you. Chief cornerstone. Jesus is referred to as the chief cornerstone twice, I think, in the Bible. Or once, and then once in Psalms. I can't remember exactly. Apparently, it doesn't mean the bottom corner of a building. It means the top of a pyramid. The casing. Rest bit.
Isn't it the chief? Isn't it the cornerstone where the sort of master mason would put his little his
But
John
then
Hancock?
the chief cornerstone is the very peak of the pyramid,
Right,
and
right.
then later in time of a dome or whatever.
I like
Or
that.
maybe an archway as well.
But biblically speaking, scripturally, there's a paradox because Messiah, even though he's king, he was a servant of servants. So he was actually at the bottom. And from him, the foundation, right, of the building, he's the foundation. He's the chief cornerstone.
It might be Gnostics that have written in the chief bit. Try and put them at the top of a pyramid.
The 12
I've heard.
apostles are also the foundational stones of that building. But he's actually the one that they build themselves upon. So like, it's weird. You'd have to look at all the scriptures and see how it all works out. But so it goes the Messiah as the foundation, then the 12 apostles are on top of the Messiah, and then all the other believers are each spiritual stones that make up the temple of Elohim.
If you turn that upside down and apply it in the past to a pyramid, it still fits.
Yeah. But I do like the idea of him being the capstone too. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know who wrote the word chief and tried to mean that as the capstone, but I've heard that's what someone meant. Then I've heard people stretch that to mean pyramid is like a volcano and it spurts out life or something out the top.
Scripturally, there's been times in history where the heavens were shaken. Like literally, whatever that means, we don't know the repercussions of that on earth, but there were like minor cataclysms, not compared to the flood, but there were minor cataclysms, and we have examples of this in scripture, like 2 Samuel 22:8 says, "Then the earth shook and trembled, the foundations of heaven moved and shook because he was wroth." Psalms 18:7 says, "Then the earth shook and trembled, and the foundations also of the hills moved and were shaken because he was wroth."
Yeah.
And even
to me, that's not just earthquake and volcano. That is a cosmic event in the sky as well.
Yes. And Psalm 68:8 mentions this, and the Coburn Bible corroborates this event. So it says here that the earth shook, the heavens also dropped at the presence of Elohim. Even Sinai itself was moved at the presence of Elohim, the Elohim of Israel. So when this happened, where the heavens and the earth shook and the heavens came down on Mount Sinai, there was repercussions worldwide that rippled throughout the world. And we have accounts from all different cultures around that time that, especially in the Coburn Bible, it describes the things that happened in Egypt at this time, because we only have so much that that the actual Bible records, but you have testimonies from other cultures that describe all kinds of crazy stuff, like darkness and
People
days.
tried to say that Mount Sinai was the volcano, and all of that is just about one volcano, but I think it is about a cosmic event.
Yeah, it was a cosmic event that happened when Yah came down on Mount Sinai worldwide. It was it rippled. But we don't really know the extent of it. Do you know about the Cobran? Have you heard about the Cobran? Don?
What?
The Cobran?
No.
It's a compilation of that was done in like the Middle Ages. I don't know exactly when they compiled it, but it's just random manuscripts from like Scotland and Ireland and Britain and Egypt.
Okay.
It's literally a random compilation of manuscripts that they didn't know what to do with, so they just compiled it together and called it the Cobran. But the majority is from like Scotland and Ireland, that area of the world.
Is it like before the Roman Catholics or after?
I mean, the testimonies written in these things predate. Yeah, they predate all of that.
Okay.
Because
that sounds cool.
It's apparently there were Israelites that fled Egypt before the Exodus and around the Exodus, but they didn't. They went towards like the British Isles. They became
Yeah,
Druids.
I can believe that.
So it's from like the Druids' perspective of their history and what they seen happen in Egypt and the stuff that happened in the world during that time. And it talks about like a fiery. Yeah, I don't really want to read because I don't want to bore people, but hey, I'll send it to you. It's about the destroyer.
Colburn is the name of the early language of the Welsh, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Because I've posted it here a few times. This is it, look.
Sounds
that's
well.
That's Colburn. If it's spelled the same anyway, this is how it's spelled, I think.
Oh yeah, brilliant.
Like that.
Yeah, the Welsh people. All that. Gaelic, Welsh.
They're not quite as good at keeping their writing as the people in the East. So it's harder
Well,
to
it
know
was
what
made
they were
illegal,
saying.
though, Don. Remember? It was made illegal for them, wasn't it? They didn't get printing presses and they could be arrested for writing.
The Catholics burned a lot of it, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, there's a few that, I mean, Alan Wilson makes some wild claims, but there's a lot of people out there saying that this language is found in America circa 800 BC. And he's been over and translated it with this, so it seems legit.
The alphabet looks Norse, but that might be someone just trying to guess.
I mean, I've heard a claim that there's like a Native American tribe that spoke Welsh. I'm like, what? They were speaking
Yeah, that's weird. Probably
in
true.
Welsh. Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck?
Maybe they picked it up off people that come over. How else would you explain that? Or the Welsh ancestors used to be in America? That would be the other way to explain it.
Yeah.
I can't see it that way around, honestly. I think natives have learned a lot from early settlers in America. A lot of Native American folk magic will be inspired by Celts and Germanic people going across.
Alan Wilson also claims that the Welsh basically built the pyramids, and what else? Christ is buried in the UK somewhere, and there's one more that's Ark of the Covenant is also in the UK, buried somewhere.
Yeah, no.
So
I don't know about that.
Welsh
you can
can't even-
imagine.
I mean, there's a few stone circles.
Well, there's a lot of
Build a
stones. There's
pyramid.
thousands. There's thousands just in like a 2-mile radius in Ireland. So
There's no pyramids in like Germany, like big ones. Is there? It's not a thing, I don't think.
No, but there's definitely a connection with the Welsh language in ancient Egypt. That's a fact because they've been able to decipher the hieroglyphics using the Welsh language.
yeah, he reckons that they still
is a
use some of those sort of those shapes, those sort of
People that study and travel have been around, haven't they? They've been all over.
It's interesting, but some of them claims they're a bit wild for me. I don't know if it does seem to point to a few things that seem to back them, but I don't know. It's like the 2 King Arthur stuff he talks about. I really like. That makes a lot of sense to me because there's too big of a stretch of time where one person couldn't have been there. You know, they had to be
that's
2.
interesting. Yeah, I believe that people repeat characters. If it's really good, they'll get a new guy, either his son or someone close to him, to be him again.
Yeah.
That's what happened in Egypt for thousands of years, I think.
So that I like. That makes sense to me when he talks about that stuff. But like I say, the other there's some big claims there, and it's like, okay, can you back them? And it's like, And he's like, there's this box that's buried. They've done all geophys on it. You know, sort of. The farmer essentially won't let them dig there, basically, but it's the same material and same size as the Ark of the Covenant. So, and because of the way the stars are, and the way I can't remember exactly how he aligned it, but he's like, that's where it is, and I'm like, yeah, a few leaps of logic there, in my opinion.
Like to claim they've got the Ark.
Yeah, until you're digging it up and you're showing me, I'm like, I don't know.
But there might, like the same theory, there might be multiple arcs. Everyone copied the idea from Egypt, built their own special box that can't be opened, that has to be carried a certain way, and all of that.
Yeah.
So, could God be in our box? You never know.
Yeah, I suppose.
With languages, but I think we're finding similarities because everyone must have been connected at one point, or by travelers, or by being in the same place. There must have been one main language, and we're all trying to copy that. That's why all our languages are similar and copied from each other. How is Egypt in Wales, or how is Wales in Egypt? It's because smart men were traveling around and copying language.
I have a book called Cumroglyphics that teaches you how to read Egyptian hieroglyphics. and the way that they teach you is using the Welsh language. It's pretty insane. How they've been able to use the Welsh language to literally decipher the hieroglyphics. Now nobody knows why that is, but it just is.
I'm actually a quarter Welsh. Granddad. But Welsh is kind of just Middle England. You know what I mean? It's not a separate island. But there would have been different camps, like the Scottish, the Irish, the Welsh, different versions of the Celts, maybe.
That town in there with the fucking, it's got like 20 letters with no pronunciation. I got to find that and just post it just for fun.
My granddad gave me a £1 coin for learning it one day.
Well, there was like a one language, right?
That's what I'm saying. It could be. Everything must have come from one big language.
Well, I mean, like everyone was broken up at the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, I was going to reference to that.
So I have here in my book, there's so much in here, but I'm just trying to find a. Welsh is classified as a Brittonic language, which is simply another way of saying it is or is related to or was a language of the ancient Britons. It is perhaps misclassified as a Celtic tongue, as neither the Welsh nor most of, if any, of the ancient Britons are known to have referred to themselves as Celtic. Some historians have lumped the inhabitants of Britain together with the Celts in Gaul, modern-day France, and there are ancient authors who suggest that some of the tribes of Gaul spoke a language similar to at least some of the tribes of Britain.
Please feel free to try and pronounce this. Dawn.
I'll do it.
Go on then.
Clanfire, Plus Gwingeth, Golgelus, Wine Robos, Clanticilius, Gok.
Nicely done.
Wow.
I was about 8 when my granddad taught me to say that.
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was.
I sort of tried to add my accent.
I'm impressed with that. I'm going to make a cup of tea, but yeah, that was cool.
I think my position is that not all the stories talk about all the people. So we could talk about Native Americans, we can talk about Germanic white people, we can talk about giants, we can talk about Hebrews, we can talk about Egyptians, Asians, Australian Aborigines. I'm still not sure how they all connected, other than priest class that traveled around.
Yeah. There seems to be, I keep seeing mention of Scythian tribes that ended up as the Goths in Germany. Well, they actually went everywhere, but the Goths settled in Scotland, in New Zealand. What was I going to say before that? Oh, yeah, a really ancient tribe were called the Essenes. I bet Lion knows a little bit about that. I keep reading a little bit about that, so they're definitely connected, for sure.
It says here, it's also a madness that appears to have a lot of method in it. Call me crazy because I know that statistically speaking, the fact that Welsh appears to rather easily decipher Egyptian hieroglyphics, a feat that otherwise took a long time and involved considerable guesswork and invention, that statistically speaking, this proves nothing. Yet you can't find any other single language anywhere in the world, living or dead, that we know of that can accomplish this task. Inside and outside the cartouches, Welsh, a language of song and music, flows trippingly over the glyphs on temples and tombs, revealing or affirming the ancient inventions of both scribe and decipherer. To my mind, that's an astounding coincidence. Latin couldn't do it, neither could Greek, nor has any Semitic language by itself ever comfortably been found to sound out the images painted and carved on those ancient African stones. And there's so much more, bro. I have a whole book on this. But
yeah, dude, there's lots of gravy there for sure. I don't know. There's something there to that because obviously the Romans came over and well, by the time the printing press came over and they didn't allow the Welsh people to even write down their own language. There's something to that. But then again, you could argue that, like with the French Revolution, where they were like, they just destroyed everything. You know, they wanted to start it all over again. They do that every time. They did, you know, it just sort of puts images in your mind of Black Lives Matter pulling these fucking statues down, doesn't it? Does me anyway. Where they just try and destroy everything that came before them so they can do the new thing, whatever the new thing is. But there's some gravy there for sure, Lion.
Just wait till you guys hear the banger I made for my show tonight. It's such a banger, bro. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, I like that. I like that tune, Austin. I don't know where it is. You know the one you always play with the other day when you're doing that biscuits and gravy thing, and then you went to the toilet and you played that song, that record. That's fucking awesome. That. And I'm not even a rap guy at all, but it's so good. Is that your missus doing the, or is that just a sample with the like female voices?
Oh yeah, it's just a robot.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it sounds good anyway.
I think that's so funny about that song, dude, is like I literally was just wearing like some like Bluetooth gaming headphones on an iPad outside on the porch with the wind blowing and stuff, and I was like,
what?
I don't want to forget. Yeah, I came up with the hook in my head, and I was like, oh, let me just pull this app up and press record on this beat, so I don't forget the hook, and then I just like naturally filled in, you know, in between the hook, and then just said the hook again, and just luckily was able to remember it to get it right the second time. So it's like super raw, like gaming.
Oh, you didn't? Were you saying you recorded it outside?
Yeah. I didn't even know in any way what I was going to say, really.
Oh my god!
But I obviously thought those lines in my head before that, you know. But yeah, pretty funny.
You ought to get an album going, dude. I mean, why not?
Well, just it's very time consuming.
Yeah, but I mean, off how many songs do you think you've got? Do you think there's more than one, right?
Just like a couple, really.
I think it'd be worth doing. Getting Kai involved. She seems to have a good voice.
Yeah,
They're time.
Kai is good, really good at it. Yeah.
They're timeless songs, bro. They're good. Like you could play them on repeat, and not get sick of them. They're good, dude.
Oh, thanks. Wait till you hear the banger I made for Relatively Speaking.
I'm stoked. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, like everyone was complaining about the intro being too long, you know. So I made like a really short intro. So it's not like a real long song or anything, but it's pretty funny. I don't want to give anything away, but yeah, it's like a minute long or something.
I mean, the long intro ain't bad because it gives you time to set up and everything. I don't think that's, anything wrong with that. Some people just put a clock timer with nothing going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it helps me because you have to do like a million things when you run a stream certainly with that much going on in it. But whatever. I do understand why it may get a little frustrating, like 5 minutes of astronauts every time. It's all good. I already made a new one.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. It's like stuck in me and Kai's head. So I think it's like pretty good. It's like a little catchy. I do want to make some music though, like about yeah.
I think there is a place for subtle anti-establishment music. sometimes it's a bit on the nose for me.
Yeah. You've heard my song?
Not for a while. No, I have heard some of your songs before.
Yeah, it's like I just slip in some pretty polarizing things. I'm like, geopolitically, we in the field for Israel. Wonder, is it real? And then I say, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. I say like all kinds of stuff in there, but it's
Yeah,
like such a
right.
chill vibe. Yeah, like I would even like rap that in like major like liberal cities, and no one would ever really even pick up on it because it's just such a like mellow vibe. I was just saying that because that's kind of what you're saying. Like if you can just like slide it in there subtly,
Yeah.
that's the best move. Yeah.
I was sort of referencing when the whole chorus is about NASA lying. That's when it cheeses me off.
ODD.
It cheeses you off?
Yeah, I think, come on, if you're good at rapping and you're anti-establishment, I want to hear a bit more than, isn't it funny how NASA lies to us? It's not deep enough for me.
How deep does it gotta go? Like it's gotta expose their lies in a song?
It's too deep, then you're lost in the subject and you haven't got any rhythm or flow. So it's got to be a balance, I guess.
I think it is like a lost art to like have like triple entendres and like deep double meanings and stuff in like profundity in music. There's obviously people that do it, but it's a lost art.
It's a lost art. Oh, also, that it doesn't get pulled through. The music industry doesn't allow it in a lot of the time.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and like making music is actually pretty time consuming. I've never even made like good music, so I can only imagine like really taking it serious and trying to make a song and like work on it and produce it and retake it and add ad libs and like I guess if you had a professional producer to do it for you, so you just lay down the vocals and then sit back and wait for them to send you a file or something. Yeah.
You know, a lot of people are that desperate that they upload all of their beats to YouTube, and it's free for non-profit. So if you just got your vocal down, you can get someone else's beat, use it for free until you make a name, and then you can buy it for like $30 as a license.
Yeah, that's what I do is use rebeats, but it's really the production. So you have like the beat, and then you have the vocals. You probably hear my baby's music, but like it's like actually producing it, right? Like blending it together. It's just the final little touches that are like very time consuming.
It's quite time consuming just to learn how to keep your vocals on the page in the right place.
Yeah, it's a lot. Like I made that song for Relatively Speaking, and that actually that didn't take me super long or anything, but we did have to like put final touches of production on it, and then like to make the lyric video took a while. So it's like most people that are actually doing that, they're not doing it all by themselves. So that's the answer to why I haven't made an album. It's like very time consuming, and then everyone wants a lyric video, and it takes a ton of time to do all that.
You can afford to hire someone to record your vocals in neatly. Just don't have the time for it.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I'm sure I could get a good deal or something, but I don't know.
I'm about to release mine and my mate's. He does the rap and I've made the tunes. EP of 4 tracks. But we're going to self-release on this website called Record Union.
Dope.
His is very revolutionary. He comes from London and he says he's a Rasta. Doesn't talk about biblical stuff that much, but he talks about government a lot.
What a lot?
Government oppression and stuff like that. That's another thing I was thinking about. Why do we put animal heads in our god icons? I know animals are cool. They're a mystery. They're fascinating. You wonder what they're thinking and all of that. But then you're imagining God. What's the decision to put a bird head on the God man?
Why an ibis head, dude?
I know. Out of all the
Well,
animals,
what have you ever considered that maybe, just maybe, hybrids actually exist and were worshipped like gods? Is that too crazy?
yeah, that's what I want to get to.
For sure, but why would they
seems
be
really
putting
specific.
humans and ibis together?
It's really specific. Like there isn't all the animals. There's certain ones. Do you really believe like a snake human hybrid existed?
I have no idea.
Cobra head. Like
That's the
Egyptian
Nagas, ain't that?
Egyptian cobra head clone.
Like I think Medusa may have actually had little baby snakes in her head. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but I just with everything I've discovered now, like honestly, the only thing that's crazy is just assuming that we know what could or couldn't happen. Almost. You know, like you still have people that will just blatantly deny, like adamantly deny giants. Like just bigger people, like whether just 10 feet tall or whatever, right? They'll deny it. So it's like, okay, well.
Sneak that in as a bar, one liner. There is people that exist that actively deny giants.
Don't museums have, whenever they get bones for like the giant bones, they either hide them or destroy them?
Right, yeah, the Smithsonian's quickly fly in, cover it all up, take it to the Vatican.
Bro, there's crazy things. People have turned to pillars of salt.
Kill all the witnesses, hide the giant bones.
The shit that like it really makes me question shit is the stuff that's like those like Roman statues with those that nets. There's a one with like a net, and there's a one with a chick with a veil. Like how did the veil? It's like how did the veil?
Printed.
I didn't hear you.
It almost looks printed or molded.
Yeah, or it could be like 3D printed. I don't know, some crazy technology. Or...
But even if I tell myself this is smart men who've spent their life carving and then taught their son to spend his life carving, it's still mind blowing how they got to that point, to that skill level. But maybe the Romans paid a lot of money for it, so skilled people passed the skill down for generations and just got
They
good.
sure got a lot of money.
They just got good. There is actually, I know it's a silly joke that you should see a black bear, it's a racist or whatever, but you have the idea of the black sheep, don't you? Big, huge family of sheep, and like, say 200 sheep, and 3 or 4 of them are black.
It's like swans, right? There's a black swan.
Yeah. Red squirrels, that's another rare thing that you hear about, but not many people get to see them.
You don't see a lot of red squirrels?
No, my mum told me about them when I was young. And they've been like a mystery. I've only seen them on video.
I got a lot of red squirrels where I live.
Yeah, maybe it's an English thing, but they're like rare. Do peacocks fly?
Yeah. Pretty sure they do. They have wings.
a weird animal, isn't it? How they trot about and stick their tail up.
Dude, they are obsessed with themselves, bro. They come looking at any reflective surface and they just love it. They go crazy. I don't know if they think it's another one or what, but it's hilarious. Dude, and
What do
then
they?
bright colors freak them out too.
What do they eat?
Grain, I reckon, of some kind. Lush grain.
Yeah, I don't know what they eat. They're all over Florida, though. There's tons of them.
Because it's past the point of trying to attract a mate, isn't it? Into ego. Even in the might not be ego, but it's self-obsession, showing off.
Isn't it the ancient symbol for resurrection, like the phoenix?
Yeah, the bird coming out the fire. Phoenixes are quite rare, but why is it that bird that comes out of the fire?
I only know of a turkey coming out of the fire on Thanksgiving.
It needs to be like a predator, doesn't it, to be cool? Sometimes. Do you think after a dolphin gets past the teenage years, he's really thinking as an adult? He pops out of the water a few times and he sees the ground and the earth and the trees. When he swims down again, do you reckon he thinks about it later? Like, what is all that up there?
They're incredibly smart, is all I know. You can't catch a dolphin, dude. You can't hook them. They'll eat your bait, but you can't catch them.
I can't think. They can't know as much about us as we know about them. We're still superior, but
They know about fishing for sure, and it's kind of funny too. I don't like the Japanese people find them as like competitors, so that's why they kill them.
yeah, there was that documentary, wasn't there? The Cove, I think it's called. Can't remember. They were murdering loads of them. Equally.
You ever see Seaspiracy?
Yeah, I think that's the one I was talking about from.
I did watch. I think I flicked through it a bit. Those types of documentaries, they sometimes wake the normies up.
All right, this is how smart a dolphin is. One day I'm fishing at the bridge for snook. That's a certain kind of fish, right? And I'm fishing. I can't get one. This dolphin keeps on coming around messing with us. And next thing I know, he dives down, grabs a snook, comes up, shows me the snook, and then swims away.
Yeah. So
Thanks for the free food. That's basically what he's.
They know
he's
you're
saying.
fishing at the barrier
No,
between the water and the land.
yeah, I didn't have anything on my hook. You know, he just like, I don't know how he knew what species I was targeting.
They got big brains. How big? How much more big, or how much bigger is their brain compared to ours?
I think it is bigger. Can't remember actually. There might be like scale involved. I don't know how we measure brain size. There's all sorts of weird experiments where humans tried to interact with dolphins. They made little houses and stuff.
Hybrid dolphin human.
A woman wanked one off once in the experiment.
Yeah, I don't trust dolphins, man.
They seem to trust us, I feel. You guys ever hear about the people giving birth but next to dolphins? They'll have the woman give birth in the water and the dolphins will I don't know, emit sounds and stuff, and it's more less traumatic for the baby when it's born.
Than being in a hospital, you mean?
Yeah, I think there's some evidence that that water births are less traumatic to the baby, and then on top of that, if you want to go hardcore, you could give birth next to dolphins, and I think that helps with, I don't know, less trauma, better brain development. There might be some evidence. I heard
A captivated trained dolphin or a wild one?
I'm sure it's wild. It'd be in the ocean, I've heard. I watched a thing with Terrence McKenna talking about it with some Russian um some Russian guy. And they seem pretty convinced about it.
Good morning. What's up, guys?
Morning, Jeremy.
Jesse, if I told you I had a measurement, and then you asked me for the measurement, and then I didn't have it, and then I told you you were running away, wouldn't that seem silly?
Well, I mean, I guess I'd need more of the details. There's probably some circumstances that could seem silly.
Yeah, here's the circumstances. I tell you I have a measurement. You ask for the measurement. I don't have the measurement, and then I proceed to tell you that you're running away.
So, do you have anything that you even consider a measurement?
I'm pitching a hypothetical scenario, dude. Doesn't that seem ridiculous that if someone were to do that to you?
Well, yeah. If the someone claims to have a measurement, and then claims to not have the very exact measurement they just claimed to have, that would definitely be silly.
And then they told you were running away to top it all off because you didn't want to talk to them because they have no measurement. So you're like, well, there's nothing to talk about here. It's like bye, and they said, oh, you're running away, ha ha ha, to make it even goofier.
And who did this to you?
Ruhif, that's your boy.
Oh.
That's your boy.
So, and what was his claimed measurement that he didn't have?
He claimed he had a measurement of spherical excess, but he actually doesn't.
You mean one that he had personally performed?
No, just a single measurement. He doesn't have a single measurement. Nobody does. You don't either.
Well, yeah, none of us here have one that we've personally performed.
No, you don't have one that somebody else has done either.
Actually, are you up for discussing that with me?
Not really, no. You don't have a single. Do you have a single measurement? Show me the measurement.
Well, I mean, there's.
Last time I asked you for this, Jesse. Last time I asked you for this, you posted me an average, and you didn't have a measurement. We talked about this before. I already know you don't have a measurement because when I asked you, you posted me an average, not a measurement.
You mean an average from a book on one of the Great Triangulations?
Yeah, whatever it wasn't a measurement. It was an average.
But
do you have a measurement of spherical excess, Jesse?
Well, let's talk about this. Here, I'll paste something for you. Are you able to look in the text chat if I paste something?
Do you have a measurement, just a single measurement of one spherical triangle?
It's part of a page out of a Great Triangulation, a Transcontinental Triangulation book.
Yeah, those are all averages. There wasn't a single measurement in that whole 900-page document.
Okay, so when I take my theodolite, and you know how you do a face right and then a face left reading, and you average them, right?
Jesse, do you have a measurement of a spherical triangle on Earth anywhere?
Well, it depends on how you define the word measurement, and that's what I'm trying to understand. I think you're using a non-standard meaning to the word measurement.
Oh, maybe I am. You go out, you get an angle, and you've just measured an angle, and now you write that down, and now we would have a measurement.
Okay,
is that non-standard? Do you think that's a non-standard meaning of measurement?
That is a common meaning of measurement, but I think are you saying that if you then do that exact same thing again and average your two measurements, that therefore it's no longer a measurement?
Yeah, it's not. You don't. Are you saying it is a measurement? You're saying an average is a measurement?
It's an
Jesse,
average
this is getting too silly for me. I gotta go, man. Averages aren't measurements, dude.
Okay.
Averages aren't measurements. That's weird. You're making it weird.
But they're better than measurements, right? If you, but I mean, no. This is actually a fallacy you're arguing, because a lot of instruments internally average. Like when you step on the bathroom scale, they don't just measure you once. They probably measures you 100 times in a second, and it averages them all. Are you going to say that's not a measurement?
Jesse, do you have a measurement of a spherical triangle?
Well, you gotta define measurement. If you're saying that anything with averaging is not a measurement, even though it consists entirely of measurements.
Measurement, the action of
That's how
measuring
Baptist
something,
scale
the
works
size,
either.
length, or amount, something as established by measuring, a unit or system of measuring. Let's get some more. You need some more definitions,
Do
or
you have raw measurements of spherical excess? Yes or no?
I think it's
the
average
process
measurements of showing spherical excess.
measurement, the process of associating numbers with physical quantities and phenomena. So, do you have a measurement of the spherical triangle? Just one single measurement.
Probably not if you're decreeing that an average of measurements is not a measurement, even
It's
though.
not. Are you decreeing that it is? Are you
Let me
decreeing
see.
that an average is a measurement?
Let me see if I can find some technicalities on that. It's a ridiculous argument because, I mean, if you got one measurement and it's good, and you take another measurement and it's good, and you average them, that's going to be better. It can't be any worse than either of the two measurements that you average, right? So to throw it out because to say it's not a measurement when it's exclusively derived from measurements and it is more accurate than any of the individual measurements, that's just that's a very weak approach to discarding data. But
No, what's
let
a
me.
very weak
You don't
approach
have
is
the data.
using a weighted least squares method, and then pretending it's raw averages and that you have the data when you know you don't have the data, and then running around the internet for years avoiding that very distinct refutation. That's what's weird.
So let me ask you, Witsit, when you step on the bathroom scale and it reads,
Holy
so I didn't think you would let me ask the question.
Yeah, why do you do you the reason you didn't think I would let you ask me the question is because you know damn well you're avoiding what I just said. That's why you knew I wouldn't want you to ask the question, because you're intentionally doing what you always do, which is obfuscate away from the direct point made every time. You just waste everyone's time. Which is why when you said good morning, no one responded to you.
So tell me though, when you step on the bathroom scale,
Oh my God.
and it's a digital one, and it does 100 measurements in a second and averages them and displays a weight, is that not a measurement because it averaged them?
We would want to see that the actual measurements would be the raw data. I think a 5-year-old would know this. So when you use a weighted least squares method, don't show the raw measurements and then claim the average is a measurement. It is dishonest. This is where you don't respond to it again.
Well, explain yourself. Are you saying that somehow they used an averaging algorithm which caused a consistent bias towards getting a result that was greater than 180 degrees for each triangle?
What do you think weighted least squares method means?
Weighted least squares, also known as weighted linear regression, is a generalization of ordinary least squares and linear regression in which knowledge of the variance of observation is incorporated into regression. WLS is also a specialization of generalized least squares. Does that help you?
Why are you asking why do you think I need help? You're the one that doesn't know what it means, but your entire claim is built upon. Why are you pretending you're teaching me something now when you can't even define it without reading it off the internet? So you don't even know what it is? What's the difference in weighted least squares and just least squares method?
I never heard of it before, but if you know about it, tell us about it.
So you're
If you're just throwing around terms that you don't understand, then own up to that, right?
Bro, am I the only one that finds this guy like incredibly exhausting and lame? Because like you're making a claim that you don't even understand.
Well,
You're claiming these are measurements. Jeremy's pointing out you don't actually have the raw measurements.
And I'm saying that's irrelevant. If the average is an accurate representation of the actual raw measurements.
How would you know that if you don't have the raw measurements?
Yeah, you don't even know. You don't know if the guy even took the average right. He might have made a mathematical calculating error while taking the measurement, by taking the average. We'll never know.
I mean, they could have just sat down in a smoky room and wrote and fabricated all those numbers without even going out to a single mountain. But if one of you actually thinks that you have evidence that the averaging algorithm that they used caused a bias towards the excess of 180 degrees, then present it.
Jesse,
You'll
we don't
never
know if the
address it.
guy. We don't know if the guy even knew how to took an. If he did an error when he was making the average, we don't know. You don't even know, do you? You know how you check something like that?
Well, he could have just made the whole thing up. Maybe they never even went out to a mountain. I get that.
Right, that's the whole point, dude. That's what they're saying.
But if you're saying that they were trying to do their best, but somehow they were all making the same mistake over and over, that just happened to give this spherical excess that matched the globe model, then that's pretty strange.
Yeah, we don't know what they did because we don't have any data. We have no data for this. No measurements. You don't have a single measurement. You don't have any data. You don't have nothing for it. It's horrible.
So evidently, you and I have different definitions for what a measurement and for what data is. To me, an average of measurements is valid data. It's more valid than the individual measurements because it's more accurate.
Can we verify those averages with the actual ones just so we can do it ourselves? Is that okay, Jesse?
You got my permission. They publish all the mountain peaks. You just go there and do it yourself.
Oh, you mean you can't give me the ones that they did, and then that way I could average them myself?
That's what Jeremy says you can't. So I guess you can't. But so what? I mean,
You could if they had the measurement. If you had some measurements, you could do it, but they don't have any measurements, so no, you can't. You can't do it. You'd have to do what Jesse said and go there and do it yourself. Even though their claim is they have spherical excess measurements.
yeah, but obviously we have to depend on their claim if we're going to discuss their findings because we weren't there. We're literally reading the book they wrote. We don't know what they actually did or where they actually went or what they actually saw. But if they are accurately representing their actions in the book, which again we don't know, but if
These
they are,
weighted averages. Why? How many times are you going to ignore it? Do you think everyone in the room doesn't notice that you're just ignoring it?
well, so far no one's actually come out and stated that they believe the weighted average algorithm was causing a bias towards spherical
What
excess.
do you think weighted means?
Well, why don't you tell us what exactly they did then? What they claim to have done.
Oh, so you don't know.
Let's say for the sake of discussion, I didn't. I need to hear it from your own mouth.
No sake of discussion. What is a weighted mean?
Sounded like you said weighted meme. Ask Glad about those.
It's like it means to get a favorable result in a certain direction, right?
Duh. Jesse
Something's
Jesse's
weighted.
intentionally avoiding it every time. He responded with a joke about it sounding like the word meme. He's responded with 5 consecutive questions. He's then asked me to define it. He's doing everything except addressing it, which means you're by definition intellectually dishonest. You're wasting everyone's time. You're being disingenuous and disrespectful.
Not at all. You're claiming to know exactly what weighted mean is, and you are claiming to know what they claim to have done in these books. And I'm asking you to explain it to us, but you can't.
How do you not know? You're smart. My dumb ass figured it out listening.
Now he just
The first
projects,
claim,
blatantly projects, and says that I can't explain it when it's him who has no idea what he's talking about.
the first claim was
You
that there's
can't explain
measurement.
something I have no idea
Hold on.
about.
The first claim was, Jesse, that they have measurements of spherical excess on Earth. So we want to see some measurements, dude. You don't have them. That's where the train stopped.
Yeah, by my definition, a measurement may mean averaged measurements. But you have a different definition than that.
I don't. You think an average is a measurement? It's not. It's an average. That's why it's a different word. That's why there's a different word there, and it's not called measurement, and it's called average.
It happens all the time in the real world. Measuring devices average.
Okay, I'm not questioning my weight on the bathroom scale. My weight on the bathroom scale is not in contention by a massive amount of people.
Well, that maybe. But we're talking about the terminology here. Why do you use the term measurement for an average in the case of a bathroom scale, but then you don't use the same term for an average in something just because it's in contention? If the word measurement can include an averaged measurement or an average of measurements, then it can include an average of measurements. We're just playing a silly word game.
If I ever claim to have a measurement of my weight and then I use my bathroom scale and show you this, then you can have an issue with it, okay? But until then, that's not the question. The question is, where's the measurements?
As far as I know, I don't have any access to their logbooks. If that's your question, I don't know if you've seen how a surveyor does it, but he has a little logbook and he does like 10 sets or whatever. He does the face right, face left, and face right. He does a bunch of averages or a bunch of measurements, and then averages them, and then does a little math to get his margin of error, his expected margin of error, and then produces a number, and that number with his margin of error is his measurement. I don't know if any of those logbooks are available or not.
You don't know anything. Hey, if you use a weighted mean, is that like cooking the books?
I'm going to have to read up on weighted mean and find out what exactly it is before I can talk with you about
Okay, it's pretty simple. Like, let's say that we have an idea of what our measurement should be. It should be 8. But then I have measurements ranging from 5 to 10. Well, as measurements get closer to 8, we give them a higher numerical value. We weight them when we put them into our average. So if I have a measurement that's 7.8, then it'll get weighted at 1.7. If I have an average that's or a measurement that's 5, it'll get weighted at 0.8. So you weight the measurements closer to the expected value. It's called a weighted mean.
And what specifically was the criteria used to assign weights in the survey data? Do you know
The
that?
Clark ellipsoid model.
But I mean specifically.
Specifically, the Clark ellipsoid model.
But I mean, these guys are there with these giant theodolites.
Oh, you don't know.
He doesn't know anything.
You don't know, yeah. Dude, they presupposed the sphere off of this and weighted it to come out to be a sphere. We want to see the fucking measurements, man. You don't have nothing with it without any measurements.
Does any of you have a link to a page showing the description of how they weighted their means?
Yeah, they actually reference a different paper by Clark himself who explains it. And I'm not running around getting it for you because you're the one on the internet making claims and you don't even understand the basic parts of it. And then when someone tries to have the conversation with you, you intentionally waste their time. Like I have a meeting at 1 o'clock. You know what I'm not going to do for the next 30 minutes is run around, play Jesse's little like chase me around ha 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 game. I'm not doing it. I'm disinterested. So you can go research it before you make claims on the internet, or you can just keep on looking ridiculous. It's up to you.
Well, you're making claims on the internet, and you don't seem to have researched it either.
I have certainly research. You don't even know what the Clark method is. You don't even know what the Clark ellipsoid is. You didn't even know what they used at all. You don't know. You didn't even know what a weighted mean was.
Jesse, we went over this in depth for about, I don't know, 3 weeks at one point here. And that wasn't even my first time. We've been over this. I mean, the whole thing stops. You don't have a measurement. You don't want to talk about making claims. There's claims of a measurement. You can say an average is a measurement. It's not really what it is because it's a different word. An average is not a measurement. So, I don't know.
Hey Jesse, when you wake up in the morning, do you forget everything
Adam.
that was told to you in the past?
But so if you guys studied this for 3 weeks straight or
Take that as a
whatever,
yes.
then wouldn't one of you have an understanding of how they actually weighted the average? Because I mean, that some weighting methods don't bias the results. So you're alleging that their weighting methods did bias the results, but so far you haven't presented evidence of that.
You should have been around when we went over it.
If
This was
you
a few
have to
months
make
ago.
an
This might have been before you. This might have been before you got here.
if you have to make an average, that means they're all off, or there's a big error rate, or they're all wrong. You're trying to get the average of all the different measurements. If you're in a math class, you're going to measure, inches. You have to have the exact inches. That'd be the correct answer. Wouldn't be different answers.
No measurements are 100% accurate. All non-integer measurements have some margin of error, and you can reduce that margin of error by taking multiple measurements and averaging them.
He's the worst, bro. Like, I
You would
mean,
error rate. That's okay. None of them are exact, right?
he's right back to pretending to teach. Yo, someone's on mic. Right back to pretending he's teaching us. Elbow, you're hot mic.
I think it's the book fin that's.
Yeah, that's elbow. I moved him. Like what Nate is doing is insane. Right before the chart he's talking about on page 38, right above it, it literally talks about the reciprocal of the average weight of a direction.
Yeah,
It's the
but you
probable
need to go
error of an
further.
observed direction. What?
You need to go further back than that to get the raw data that they use to input into that for the observation equations. That's all
So
there
not
is.
page
The
38.
whole book has. Page 38. All right. What you wanted was the raw data. I thought you would be fine with averages. It seems you guys are. It's the same thing. You questioning. What's
It's a
his face,
weighted
Jesse,
mean,
huh?
dude.
Yeah, it's a weighted mean, but they give you the observation equations in which the weight was put in against the different observed results to get the average figure. It's all up there.
Where? I'm looking at it. No, you would have to actually have the filled logs
page
to see the raw angles.
33. Wait, no, not 33. I guess that's
33
33.
shows the same thing we're talking about, resulting directions from station adjustment.
Observation equations. Start from the observation equations on page 30.
On page what?
Page 33 at the bottom, the observation equations. That's what I'm referring to. That's basically the log book they have, and they use that to get the observed angles, which is an average. I'll agree with you, but that's the raw data used. Now, I don't know where they got that raw data. I'm trying to find where they said they got that from, whether it's figures they got themselves or they got from another book, because they make a lot of reference to other journals in here.
They're base net adjustments.
Yeah, we went over this observed angle column. They're not just observed angles.
I'm
They're
not
just
talking about
looking good.
observed angles. I'm talking about observation equations, Jeremy.
They're base net adjustments. It says it right above
What?
observation equations. It says base net adjustments.
Yeah.
Okay. These are different than looking at the actual angle and then averaging it out. base net adjustments are different.
How so?
Do you not know what a base net adjustment is?
I was under the assumption they were the same as observation angles. Maybe I'm wrong. What
No,
are
this
they?
is this is prior to even getting your angle. You're actually going to adjust the relative position of the base, and they use things like spherical coordinate systems, astronomical coordinate systems. They average out even within the directional relative position and the azimuth. They use spherical and astronomical coordinate systems. Then they take averages for refraction, both vertical and lateral. There's a ton of different things that go into prior to ever writing down in the observed angle column.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I wasn't talking about. Well, okay, I made the mistake in thinking the observed angle column is what you're looking for raw data. It seems you guys are fine with averages.
Because it's a weighted
But
mean, Nate. Do you not see why we have contention with that? If what's written down in the observed angle column is an average that comes from a weighted mean, and then they use a spherical ellipsoid model to come up with the weight coefficient, then it's cooking the books.
Yeah, if you didn't believe Earth was spherical in any way, you would definitely say they cook in the books.
That's right, because like if you make 10 measurements and they're all over the place, but you have a presupposition of what it should be, so you just give the measurements closer to what you expect, more weight, of course your average is going to be closer to what you need. Then once they get it as close as they can using that weight, they apply additional corrections in the next column. There are corrections even on top of that.
Yeah, because they're trying to get as close to what we see in reality as possible. I've never seen this done with the idea that the whole entire Earth is flat, and none of these
They're trying to get
corrections
as
being made.
close to what they expect as possible. That's where the corrections come from. That when they add the corrections, it's like, okay, we
Yeah.
took the weighted mean. Here's what we got. Now, okay, we still don't have what the model says, so now we make additional corrections. So it's cooking the book twice.
I wouldn't say it's a thing of we don't have what the model says. It's more the thing of we don't have what we see out there. You know, clearly, whatever we measure doesn't agree with what's out there, so we fudge it a bit. You know, we put on band-aids a bit so that it matches reality more. But I've never seen it work without the band-aids. Without, you know, I've never seen whatever model you guys have. You know, maybe you don't have one. I don't know, but I've never seen this done any other way, and we get results that match what we see. Have
What do you
Wits?
mean? We literally, they use all the plane survey data compiled together before they even start.
Hey, where's the
Yeah,
formula?
they use plane survey data over localized small areas, but when they put that together, like building a puzzle, it matches what we see over grand scales, over scales you wouldn't call local. I've never seen it
It
done
doesn't
any
match
other
what
way.
we see. That's why we have to take a weighted average, assume spherical coordinate systems.
Yes,
Assume
with the
astronomical
weighted
coordinate systems.
average, with the spherical core, you know, with all of this added in, as I said, with all of the band-aids put on top, you know, it works in reality.
No, whenever we make, like, say we measure like 10 miles, 15 miles, we'll get sometimes under 180 degrees in these very books.
Well, yeah, I don't think that's a large enough area to see the spherical excess. You know, that's something you would call localized, as I said. You know, when you put it together to look at areas of land, you know, 2, 4, 5, 600 miles long, you know, that's when these things start coming into effect. But I don't even think you would need to do any of this if you're just measuring something 10 miles long, would you?
Yeah, it's hilarious when McToon says they're all over 180, and then there's ones in there that are not over 180.
Yeah, or like
Are the ones
right
in
at
there
one.
not over 180? Can you show me, Jen?
Yeah, I have screenshots of them.
Please show.
And then, you know what McLooney Tune said after screaming online for 3 years? Every single one of them is over 180. He then just completely ignored it and said, oh, let's just move to the bigger triangles.
Yeah, I mean, I would
That's
definitely.
hideous.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't see the need to do all of this for something 10 miles long. I don't see what the point would be. I don't see it's needed. I
How
would be
many
very
flat
surprised.
10-mile sections are on a globe?
Right.
I don't know.
There's spherical excess over 10 miles on a globe.
Yeah, I'm sure the spherical excess over, you know, an inch, but Is it something you would need to account for?
Yeah.
Why?
Over 10 to
Wouldn't
20
change it.
miles. Like this is what I'm saying. How convenient. You're claiming to have such precise measurements you can look 300 miles, but you can't even find the spherical excess at over 10. And this is where the ballers then began to say the more distant measurements are more accurate. Holy what the just insanity.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Oh shit! Someone's calling me. I'll be right back.
From what I've researched, the theodolite gets less accurate the further the distance.
Yeah, of course.
They told me for years there was no refraction with this at all. It's left to right measurements. There's no refraction. Don't be an idiot, Jeremy. You're stupid. And now come to find out there is refraction involved.
Yep, lateral refraction.
Hey guys, I gotta go. I've got company coming, but later I really do want someone to show me this formula which you think is applying bias.
How about you do your own research before making claims you don't understand?
Well, I'm just saying. I'll come back and ask that another time. See ya.
Bye. Masochist brought Jesse or Jeremy's a masochist.
Bro, I was hesitant to even say hello. Well, Ruhip was bugging on me the other night. He's like, "Oh, you're running away." I'm like, "Dude, I'm running away from what? You don't have a fucking. There's no measurement to run away from."
Yeah, look right here. This first or provisional systematic position computation over the adjusted triangulation was started in the east before the adjustment of the western part had been completed. It was based upon the Clark spheroid of 1866.
I mean, I don't even know who brought this up the other day, but like, dude, you're looking 100 miles. Some of them were like 60, 70, 100 plus miles. You were fucking theodolite and think you're gonna start measuring arc seconds. Come on.
Says here, values for the spheroids of Clark 1866 and Bessel 1841. An argument between latitudes goes 30 degrees and 50 degrees. Here, P to the M, I don't know, equals radius of curvature in the meridian. And then the other value equals radius of curvature in the plane normal to it. The dimensions of the spheroids are those given in Appendix number 9, report for 1894, page 280, and are expressed in meters.
Like, how much left to right space does an arc second take up over, I don't know, 50 miles or whatever? What are these average measurements at? 40, 50, 60 miles, something like that?
Oh, here I found them.
Like, an arc second's got to be taking up fucking meters. Don't worry, Jason, here, you set you straight on this. That's it.
And of course, all of these are built upon like years and years of other data that assume the sphere. They act like they just went out there and made all these measurements. That's not what happened at all. They used all the data from other measurements, and then they just tried to fill in the blanks and connect them. And when they couldn't make the observation, they just used the spheroid model to calculate the amount needed or expected. It literally says in there, like, sometimes you can't even observe it. Can't even actually observe it.
Yeah, Larry GPS said just to do this on on just one triangle on 3 mountains is like this daunting task that would like take mad long, and you like there's a lot to go into just to try to do this one time, let alone all these times all across the whole country.
Yeah. The ends of the base are between 2 and 3 meters. This is for one section above the sea. In this figure, we have a combination of very old work and with later work. The measures of horizontal angles by Superintendent Hasler date from 1833 and were made with a 60 centimeter theodolite, first employed at Station Weasel in 1817. Subsequently used a 75 centimeter theodolite, first employed at Station West Hills in 1836. The last instrument was in continuous use till November 1873, when it met with an accident at Station something Georgia, Sawney, Georgia. It was struck by a tornado and notwithstanding its weight of 300 pounds was hurled from its stand and irreparably damaged. In consequence of the work added between 62 and 65 and the reoccupation of 3 of the old stations, a new adjustment of the base net became necessary. Weights had to be introduced in consequence of the unequal values of the resulting directions due to the relatively small number of series in the older work. It was done by the same method as already explained in connection with the adjustment of the Epping base net, which is the one that Nate literally invoked, the Epping base net. From the closing of 17 triangles, we have the mean error of a triangle and of an angle, and the probable error of a direction. The probable error of a direction, the approximate average probable error of a direction from station adjustment resulting from 36 direction is plus or minus, I guess it says 19 arc seconds. Hence, the square of the triangle combination error equals 0.23 minus 0.19, or plus or minus 0.13 arc seconds. And as the combination error was slightly less than the observing error. So anyway, long story short, come down here, in order to make the average sum of the reciprocals of the weights nearly unity, the values of something were multiplied by 13. And the range in these relative weights is still large, the ratio of the greatest to the least being as 16 to 1, but it would have been as 144 to something. That would be I, had not the equalizing device been introduced. It's right. It's like all in there. It's like it was incredibly difficult for them to cook the books. That's what the whole thing's about. So whatever. That's the one that Nate dropped. We should actually just call like the National Geological Survey, whatever it's called.
Well, Larry said you had to go to some crazy library of Congress or some shit to get these. Like some place may have these. He wasn't even sure if they had these or not. Still,
Well, we should just call them and talk through the whole process with them, right? Like talk to someone and be like, I was looking at this. How did they do this? Blah blah blah. We don't even need the raw data if we can just, get the exact formula, which I think it's actually in Clark's paperwork that's referenced in that triangulation one. And then this is the eastern oblique arc that Nate posted. This is their tactic, though. Drop a 500-page document, just show a column that has angles in it and claim that it's like raw measurements and that it proves the Earth's a ball. Never having read it, never understood it. Repeating Mattoon, who was literally dunked on with this and ran away. He claimed that the observed angle column was raw measurements and that the correction was just doing the average. And then I exposed him and he refused to respond to it. And then he started screaming, bitch, 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 so that he didn't have to answer. This is after 4 or 5 years of him being the go-to guy for the ballers of this survey. He literally had a base misunderstanding of what the columns even were. He claimed that the observed angle column was raw angles. The corrected angle column was just the average, the raw average. In reality, the observed angle is a weighted average, and then the correction comes from the spheroid model once the weighted doesn't fully match it. So. But did you notice that, like, you brought it up, and then, like, Jesse just immediately all he's constantly doing, he's, like, in a constant state of, like, how can I avoid answering the question but pretending to have the high ground? That's, like, that's his game. That's just, like, the reason he's in here. It's like a challenge. It's like, how can I always pretend that how can I always try to spin it to win without addressing their point if I think it's damning? It's really, really gay.
They all use that tactic.
Are we having a moment of silence for Memorial Day or something?
It's actually for the death of their spherical access claims.
We can have a moment of silence for the particle. I have proof that it died. We'll have a ceremony later on this evening. But for now, you can watch a scientist say it in the most prestigious lecture hall there is in the world.
It was a good theory. It had a short-lived life. Amen.
It's beautiful when their own scientists say it. Nothing gives me more pleasure. You listen out to them, and they're gonna make excuses for it. No, he didn't mean that, or he this, or that.
What'd you say?
I said they're gonna start making excuses now.
So what? Scientists said particle theory is like not a thing anymore, or something. What happened?
Well, this one scientist says, well, what we teach you in high school and college and some of the undergrads in university, that a particle, like a particle is a thing. Well, actually, it's not. It's a field. Everything is made of fields, not particles. And he says, well, we lied to you. Straight up.
Yeah, they don't care though. Like they're being lied to, but most people don't look at it like it's a bad thing. Like they just, accept whatever they're told.
Imagine going to high school, college, university, spending all that time and effort, and then 3, 4 years into university, they tell you, you know what? Everything that we taught you, throw it out the window now. This isn't what it's really like.
Yeah, but
It's
they did that
actually
with like outer space. They've been doing that with outer space since the conception of outer space. They're constantly changing things and saying, "Never mind, we were wrong, but it's this now." And now we're 100% right, even though we said we were 100% right earlier. But now we definitely are. It's all religion.
if you listen to the thing I posted, what he talks about sounds just like the ether. Exactly like the ether.
Oh, I
Just
know
have a
nothing
listen.
about ether. Like out of all the flat Earth topics, whenever ether comes up, it's like I just can't. I get tired, real tired listening to the arguments with that. And I don't know, I just don't retain stuff about ether.
Well, I hear you. I'm like you, right? We don't know what it is and this and that, right? But when they explain it, it's just something that permeates all space and it's everywhere and blah blah blah. Exactly the way the ether guys explain it. Exactly the way the quantum foam guys explain it. So they're all explaining that's something. Yeah.
And then like when I hear people talking about the ether, like I think Geislo and Witzer talk about it a lot. Like it makes sense. I get it. It's just to me, it just kind of becomes one of those things where like I could like even I wouldn't know where to even begin to even try to prove that it is or isn't. Regardless, it's just way above my scope to even think of how to do that. So I guess that's why I don't really think too much about it. Because I mean, yeah, I kind of believe ether is a thing. I mean, it makes sense, but at the same time, but then again, maybe there is, maybe it has to be. Yeah. So I don't know. I just don't know anything about it.
So Posho, it's in this world. I posted a video in this world, not in some other fantasy world. In this world is when they lie to the students. This world here. Gotta admit, after the scientist tells you this and you like keep believing and fighting for it, you gotta, I mean, there's something wrong here. There's either a disconnect in logic or an agenda. Certainly not normal.
I don't know what is kind of normal. They do it all the time. They're always lying and then admit that they lie and just come up with a new story.
But the thing is, now they're not gonna. You see, now everyone's silent. No one's saying nothing. What they do when you show them conclusive stuff of something, they'll just stay quiet. They're gonna wait until I don't know you spell something wrong or you say one wrong thing or a syllable is off, and then they're gonna pounce on that. In
Yeah,
other
you
words,
actually say Earth spins versus Earth rotates, and they lose their mind for an hour. But then when heavy stuff like this is on video of an actual scientist, saying what he's saying, it's fine. That's okay.
yep,
Yeah,
complete silence.
you forget a comma somewhere in a paragraph. Or if you call a constellation the wrong name, like you call like Draco like Hercules on accident or something. Yeah, they'll go off on 45
Or you
minutes.
spell something
But
wrong, yeah, crazy, yeah.
clearly you didn't go to college.
Yeah, like yesterday, I told him something about a colonel, a decorated veteran, PhD, was advisor to Bush, and he made some comments about the Ukraine war, and I told him, and he goes, "Oh, this guy, he's this, he's that. He made all predictions that were wrong." And always the same story.
The Russian-Ukraine war, everybody's favorite topic.
Yeah.
Like with wars and stuff, I get torn because like there's actual battles happening and people are shooting each other. But I mean, the whole like premise of why it's happening is all bullshit. Like it's just them pulling strings and everyone's just a puppet. Like I get that, but there's just objective things in the little play that's going on. In the theater of war in Ukraine. And it's like you can't even talk to them about like Ukraine's like 100% winning, but it's weird because you don't ever see footage of the other side, like any kind of missile strikes from the other side. It's just I don't know, no different than COVID. So it's just weird how like people can be lied to about things and they just go with it and they don't see it. Like the whole like quote unquote neo-Nazi thing that they have over there. It's a subject. I mean, it's a fact. I mean, they're covered in tattoos and stuff. They have iron crosses on their taints and all that. Like, it's not even anything they hide. They're proud of it, which is fun. Whatever. Like one of the first swastikas ever was found in that region anyway. I think they found. I mean, they find them all over in the Americas, but like Ukraine's got like a weird thing to that too. But it's all mind games because like 5 years ago, if you were like slightly right of center on any issue, you were called a Nazi or a white supremacist. But now, like, everyone's cheering people who literally are, and it's like a good thing now, and it's not a big deal anymore. Just strange behavior. How it's just all spells. I don't know. It's weird. But I also just smoke a blunt too, so I'm thinking about things a little differently. I just think it's funny how everyone's so scared of nuclear war now. Nukes are always a fun topic. Oh, they're spraying the skies a little bit today.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. ¿Qué pasa?
Do I speak Spanish?
No, not at all.
You picky Spanish? You picky Spanish way?
No. What?
I don't think he speaks
Boom,
Spanish either.
boom, shananana, boom, shananana, boom.
I think that's Swahili.
Spanish, not Spanish, pendejo. You guys gotta go check out the YouTube channel. My house is dirty. Fucking awesome.
I don't ever hear Spanish anymore. I used to hear it constantly.
Doing, guys and dolls? Does anybody have an opinion on what's happening interestingly with the American politics and the entrance of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his candidacy for the presidential ticket. What do you think?
He said some real shit about vaccines like 2 years ago when everyone was panicking about not getting one. So I don't know, he's got a little bit of truth to him, but he's still a politician.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like
Anybody
he's in
else?
good health at all. He's very like. Have you ever listened to the way his voice sounds? It always sounds like he's about to pass out, which is
Yeah,
unfortunate because I think
that would
that
be
might be
an
a problem.
injury. That would be a vaccine injury. That would be a vaccine injury. Both of his children have allergies, and he speaks like that because he's got a speech impediment. But he's very intelligent, a very articulated man indeed. Okay, he's a very,
He
very
looks like he
intelligent
wears a
man.
mask.
Sorry?
Like just the way his skin around his neck is like he like if anyone's gonna like be able to like put on like a rubber mask and pretend to be somebody, he'd be the easiest guy because he's so like he's just weird looking and his voice is all fucked up. It's almost like he's like a failed
Yeah,
clone or
I'm
something.
not talking about his looks here. We're not talking about his looks here. We're talking about the issues he wants to. Are you aware of what he said in his 2.5 hour what's the word there that I'm looking for there? His announcement speech 2 weeks ago made an announcement 2.5 hours long that he's going to be running for president. You know, for the Democratic Party, he wants to be the man. Okay, 2.5 hours. Now he touched on some serious issues. Did you hear about what his issues were? Did you?
I haven't.
Right. Okay, fine.
I mean I just
Anybody
don't pay
else?
attention to politics anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What do you think about his uncle, JFK, or his father, Robert Kennedy Jr.? What kind of people were they? Do you have any ideas what they were like?
Yeah, they weren't good people. I mean he was a homosexual drug addict. And then he got shot and and now he's got a good legacy.
I don't know about his homosexuality. That's the first time hearing of that. Oh, you mean
Yeah,
JFK? Oh,
yeah,
JFK.
JFK.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I've heard that about JFK. Sorry, yeah. Yeah.
Like, that guy was doing everything. Yeah, he got assassinated, which I mean
I
sucks. You
can't
know,
I
I don't know,
can't validate
but
any of that, so I don't know about that stuff really. I can't validate
yeah,
any
I
of that
can't
stuff.
either.
I don't know.
No, I was watching a
I can't
documentary. That's
validate
just like
any of that
people
stuff.
put.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's just assumptions people made based off his personal life and who he hung out with and stuff.
Yeah, but let's look at the situation where his nephew, which is his brother's son, yeah, coming into the ticket now, wanting to be presidential. Now he spent 30 years, 30 years, cleaning up the waters in the US and the rivers. He's been a environmental lawyer, holding these companies that are polluting the rivers and that to the highest level, making sure they pay their monies. And he said that he wanted to do a number of things, clean up certain aspects of of your federal agencies, including the CIA, which is what his dad and his
Good.
uncle were talking about. That was one of his things. He also wants to remove all the 800 bases that you have around the world and move all American personnel back to America and arm America to the teeth, and then work on the economy. So rather than project violence and mayhem with bombs and that, let's promote our economical power. Is what he was saying. He wants to work on that. Those were his words. He also stated that he wanted to look at Medicare, because he said we spent $4.3 trillion last year, quoting him, last year on Medicare for the worst medical outcomes. We're the sickest people on earth, and we ranked 79th out of his own mouth. So he wants to look at Medicare and medical help in America and get that sorted out. These were the things he was putting out as what he wants to address, as well as other issues that he spoke about. The one he didn't speak about, though, ladies and gentlemen, he didn't speak about the space budget. Now, that was the question mark for me. What about that? So what do you think, ladies and gentlemen? What do you think about Robert Kennedy Jr. taking over from Biden, if that was the case?
He's a good actor. It's not going to make a difference. I don't think it'll change anything. I mean, it will geopolitically, but as far as in our country itself, it's still going to be a shithole. Prices are going to continue rising. You know, we're not going to be getting any good wages anymore. You can't stop that. That's something that's irreversible. But he said some cool shit. Like I said, he said some really off the wall stuff about, you know, pokey stick like 2 years ago, like when it was still like a huge thing. So he earned my respect with that. I didn't know who he was till he started talking about that. You know, talking about T cells and how this is, you know, kind of, you know, he's mentioned stuff about like the fake testing, like fruits getting tested positive for things. So
Daddy?
Hmm. Hmm. Yes, interesting viewpoint. Robert Kennedy Jr. back in May of 2018 had a what was called a landmark win against the pharmaceutical industry, in that he helped to expose that the pharmaceutical industry, since they got legal immunity back in 1986 from Ronald Reagan administration, the Vaccine Act, which protects the pharmaceuticals and the doctors from lawsuits. Since that day, 1986, they haven't been checking for efficacy or safety of their products for the 32 years straight. They didn't submit the 2 yearly report that they had to submit over that period every 2 years. Not one report was submitted. Okay, and the HSS, HIS, CDC had to admit, regrettably, they said that yes, the pharmaceutical industry is guilty on that point there. So then words like "we can sue them to bankruptcy" can ensue now, because many people got injured during that period, loved ones and that, during the 32 period, autism and the like. Scientific evidence backing up that stuff, plus anecdotal, of
yes.
course, to the children. So what do you think about all that? He's a good man. He helped to expose that. 32 years of not checking for your products' efficacy and safety is criminal in itself.
Well,
License to kill, basically. Or
he's
license
going to
to
be
make people sick.
assassinated.
Well, that's a possibility, of course. He knew that and he stated
Yeah.
that as well. He's got a target
But
on
that
his
could
back.
be
He
his
said nothing's
role
going
to
to be
play
done.
that part.
That's right. He knows he's got
Yeah.
a target on his back. He's the
Yeah.
first to state that.
Plus, I mean, his uncle, his dad, and
Yeah.
the other dude that
He's
died skiing, like they just have really bad luck.
yeah, and then his cousin as well. His cousin, JFK Jr., remember? Sorry, yeah, JFK Jr. dying in that aeroplane crash, just short of Martha's Vineyard. Yeah, do you remember?
Right. Yeah, that was in like '98.
That was in '99.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The year I arrived in Japan. Also, Snoopy's shorts. You know the guy who did Snoopy? He died in '99 that year as well. So two famous people died that year that I remembered anyway.
Oh yeah, Charles Schultz or whatever.
Yeah, he died in '99. The year I arrived in Japan. And they were looking for the Kennedy plane in the wrong place. Haha, typical. Yeah, so I'm finding the politics quite interesting now, in that you've got the Kennedy mix coming in now again. Rocking the house, shaking it up, stirring it up, as it were. But of course, that question mark looms over his head. What about the space budget? He mentioned nothing about the space budget. He wants to reduce the military-industrial complex. That he stated that categorically that he's going to do that. We're spending far too much money on weapons and that. He said, the defence budget's out of control. So he wants to, bring that back into order. Yeah.
Right. Not only that, so we're sending over a bunch of like stuff like HIMARS and shit in Ukraine. They're not doing that great.
Yeah.
Like, because the thing is, people can say what they want about Russia and all that. It's still an army, a military that's on the same level as the United States. I mean,
Oh yeah.
sheep
Oh yeah.
herders in
Yeah.
Afghanistan and the Iraqi army when we invaded
Yeah.
they weren't on our level. That's like a high school wrestler beating up kindergartners.
Yeah. But you must remember that Russia is not really an enemy of America, and America is not really an enemy of Russia. They're all friends. Remember that with their standing
Yeah,
armies.
exactly.
They're all pals anyway.
Right. Yeah, but they still got to put on the show for us that they're enemies. I mean, and that's why it's hard to take politicians of any type seriously.
That's right. Agreed. Agreed. Agreed.
Well, I mean, I don't know about you, but I think America and Russia are enemies, and I also think that the Ultimate Warrior and Hulk Hogan are mortal enemies. I think WrestleMania '96 was definitely, a real event. There's no way it was
WrestleMania '96. That was the Austin 3. No, that was King of the Ring. Yeah, but no, that's all real. Wrestling's real.
Yeah, for sure. So, do you remember when the Undertaker and I don't know, Kane or whatever? They had a wrestling match. That beef was real. There's nothing fake about any of that stuff. And
No,
if you
dude,
think it's fake, you're a
Undertaker
conspiracy
burned down Kane's house and blamed Kane, and then Kane got put in an asylum. So of course it's real. No, but that's what politics is. The thing is, though, when you jump off a cage onto a pile of thumbtacks, you're still really doing that, and all these little wars and stuff are fake, but people are still dying. I mean, there's still actual, battles
People are
going
still dying.
on.
That's the criminality of it. That's the criminal side of it, actually, yes.
I mean,
of course.
60,000 Ukrainian troops died in 10 months in one city. I mean, it's fake, but the deaths are real, if that makes any sense. Like the causes, but they think it's real.
That's right. You see, it's all a Shakespearean. It's like a snuff movie out of control.
Right. But the carnage is real. The intentions and the leaders, what their real motives are not what's real.
That's what makes it criminal, isn't it? Yeah, to the extreme.
But I think it's to the point where we can never. There's nothing any citizens can ever. Citizens regular people that aren't in the government, we can't do anything about it. It's too embedded.
As far as I'm concerned, it's called a revolution. It's called a revolution. It can be done. We've got to get everybody onto the same page. The technology that was in place that was left behind by Steve Jobs, these tablets and mobile phones, could have been used properly, but people are too busy shopping and playing fucking games on them at the moment. And then when you're telling them the truth about the flat earth and shit, you're a loony crackpot, and so you've got to get through all that indoctrination. So this is why it's taking a while. Right, so there are people on the earth that are gazillion miles from where we are and the knowledge that we have, and I only know a little bit. Okay, so we got problems, but the revolution can happen. So that's what we're talking about. Remember, it's us, the cowards, 99% versus the 1% scumbag elites. I mean, how could we lose? Really?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a ridiculous mismatch, and we're losing. That's ridiculous. But for me, before we even embark on any revolution, I'd want the military, the Air Force, and the Army and the Marines, the Commandos, Home Guards, all these lot have to realize that their role in all this has been to corral humanity, keep humanity in fear. You have not established freedom. We are under tyranny and dictatorship currently, with slavery as the main desert. So as far as I'm concerned, that's what they've been doing. Once they realised that there was no honour in what they did, and their great-granddad, who was in the army, played the same fucking game, then they'll wake up and say, yeah, we've been fucking brainwashed. That's right. So can you now put down the gun or point it in the right direction, for fuck's sake? Hurry up. But that's me, Call me naive, call me stupid, but that's what it is. Revolution time. Period. No
I'm tired of waiting. I'm just ready for it to all kick off.
Yeah.
Just blow it all up.
And then you remove the scumbag elites, dethrone them, remove the wealth, strip them of their wealth that they amassed at the ignorance of the sleeping sheeple and that, and people who have died, and then you're beginning to bring Gintopia into existence, for example, where you don't need money to live. Yes. No money, everything's free. You are the money. You are the currency as God intended. So you work your 3-day, 4-day a week, and your house is free, your car is free, your food is free, everything is free. No money exchange, no economy. Can you imagine that? Sounds interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard.
Yeah, it's easy, isn't
I
it?
mean,
Traveling is free.
overpopulation is a complete lie.
Yeah, that's correct. Complete lie, yeah. We haven't begun
Well, you gotta
to.
think, you can give, there's like 327 million people in the United States. You can give every man, woman, and baby 1 acre of land to themselves in this whole, in just the continental United States. Overpopulation is a complete fucking lie.
Well, I've heard that the whole world's population can fit in the in Texas. You could put the whole world's population in side to side, shoulder to shoulder, mind you, but it can fit in on that landmass. And if that's the case, I mean, we've got all these islands that are no one's uninhabited, like at the moment, uninhabited islands, and we've got the technology to regenerate Earth and to grow food, and we're being corralled here at the moment,
You could fit them in Rhode Island.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Rhode Island. What about it?
You could fit the human population in Rhode Island. That's what I said.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks for that. Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah, if it was side by side, yeah.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, well, that's true. Well, there you go. So we're not overpopulating the Earth at all, and global warming is a myth. I think one of those environmental scientists in Australia this year, about 3-4 months ago, stated that when the pandemic was in full swing and no one was traveling, CO2 still continued to rise 2 years in a row, and there was no traveling going on. So it cannot be the humans that are bringing that on, he said. We're not affecting the Earth in that way at all.
We're making too much plant food. It's terrible. Like, funny. Fucking trees eat CO2 and shit.
Yeah,
I never understood that. Like, it I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you
Hey,
mean.
Jin.
Yeah.
When do we open up Slackers Island?
Oh, yeah. Slackers Island, for those who do not want to work on Gintopia, that'll be the first thing that's going to be built, actually, because we have to anticipate that people like that. But that's for the people who don't want to work in Utopia, because they just don't want to join in and for some reason. But before we send them there, we will give them a proper psychological evaluation and ask them, why is it you don't want to work for your freedom, whereas before you were taking in the tyranny, dictatorship and slavery, taxation, all those injections and just pure mayhem and wars. Now you want to be free. You don't want to be free? Is that the case? Slackers Island is a place where there's no tools. It's bush. You can grow your food there, but you've got to make those tools and everything. And you won't be making it out of metal. So it'll all be out of wood. Primitive style, but that's fine. It's the primitive existence. If that's what you want, good luck. Just dump them on the island, let them get on with it.
Yeah, they'll learn their lesson there.
Yeah, they're going to learn their lesson there, of course. Yeah, of course they are. And they will be policed
Oh,
and
that
monitored.
doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah. Well, yeah, fine. If you want to do that, that's cool. Yeah, no one's going to knock you. You're still free to be free, but you'll be free on Slackers Island and don't work, don't do anything. Let's see how you get on living and eating. There you go.
There's
always an opportunity to come back, of course.
Things.
There's always an opportunity to come back. You have to say, yeah, I give up. I'm sorry, I made an error. Yeah, okay. Let's have another psychological evaluation. Did you understand why you were on Slackers Island? Did you enjoy Slackers Island? Why didn't you enjoy? I want a 1,000-word essay on as to why you didn't enjoy it. Do you know what I mean? You really put them through the fucking ringer to get back in.
Yeah. 6 months. And the minimum sentence is 6 months.
No. It's a year. Not 6 months. 6 months is too short. Too short. Minimum is a year. They've got to feel it. They've got to notice.
Jin.
Fucking bastard I am.
I mean, most
I'm a
people
nice
would die
bitch.
after a
Sorry.
month
I'm a
anyway.
nice bastard I am. A nice bastard.
Yeah.
Hey, but it would work.
It would work. I think it would work tremendously. No weapons of war of mass destruction. It's going to work. You are the currency. You are your worth. As God intended. Everything was made perfectly. So you carry on. You use the infrastructure that's in place. We modify it. The resources are there. And we just get on with it, living utopiously on the earth. Brilliant. Can't see a problem. Yeah. And the population will grow. Everyone's happy. You're working. Everything's running smoothly. There's no enemies now. There weren't any anyway. It's just those idiots creating a falsehood. And then you're traveling the world. You're going to Antarctica, a place that you've been dying to go, I'm sure. You can go there and enjoy it, live it, breathe it, eat it, and come back. Yeah.
You know, you once told me you would go to Antarctica with me. When I was trying to get a GoFundMe for us to go. I'm still down.
I'm still down on that one, definitely. I haven't given up on that at all. I love the fact that the expanse is what motivates me. That fresh air. I'm not scared of the cold. Love snowboarding. 3 years in a row in the winter in Japan here. I've had sports summer clothing on in winter. Everybody was wearing quilts and looking like Michelin Man. Ginny's in the summer still. Why? Because I wanted to see if I could weaken my immune system to catch the cold that I haven't had in like 42 years or catch that corona shit they were talking about. Nothing happened. And people were saying, aren't you cold? Aren't you cold? I said, at the moment I'm warm because I'm running, but my arms are numbed up. Yeah, I can feel it on my knees and my earlobes. Yeah, but I know I'm going to go home to a warm house and I'm going to have a warm soup and I've got a hot water bottle already on standby. You see what I mean? So I don't do these things crazily. I prepare. Do you know what I mean? So I've gone out there now. I've dropped my core temperature down. My body temperature's down. I'm numbed up like a block of ice. I come back. All my reflexes, the fast twitch fibers have now slowed down now. So I'm numbed up. I know that. But at least I know I'm alive. Do you know what I mean? Yeah? At least I know that sensation. And then I get dressed, rinse down, cover up my clothing and that, wrap up in a blanket. We've got the hot water bottle right there, heating my body up, and now I'm having ramen soup. So I'm coming back to temperature. What's the problem?
That's why people do cryogenics.
Yeah.
With those little ice things they sit in and it kind of freeze. That Antonio Brown guy burned the bottom of his feet off because they got stuck. You know, in ice baths and stuff. There's a lot to that.
Yeah, yeah. You see? That's why I do that, you see? And I thus proving that that stupid thing wasn't out there, you know, the boogie thing that's in the air that's going to come and get you. That wasn't there. And I've proven that my immune system is strong enough at the age of now 61. So let's get out there. And people would be asking me, aren't you cold? I said, well, my arms, yes, I'm numbed up, of course. I'm numbed up, but I can do it.
You guys still seeing a lot of masks walking around in public?
In Japan here, the percentage has dropped dramatically, of course, yeah. So you're getting about 15% of people wearing masks in shops still, okay?
But
and
to
that
be
would be
fair, I
some
mean,
who have hay fever.
they've been wearing like they've always kind of had masks on randomly. Seems like a lot of Asian countries like Vietnam and stuff. But I always heard that's because of smog.
Well, that's what I
No,
used
they
to
always wear a lot of
think.
masks in China.
That's what I used to think. But in China, that would be apparent and accurate for China. But like the Vietnams and Japan and that, that's down to the what we call pollen, kafunsho in Japanese. They're allergic to the hay fever. Some of them are. That's why they wear the mask. I used to think it was traffic smog, bad pollution from the exhaust pipes, but my wife put me straight on it. She goes, no. It's hay fever. I said, right. Or some people may have colds and they don't want to sneeze on people. Okay, fine. I understand. That's why they wear the mask. The Japanese are very self-conscious on that one.
And that's what used to frustrate me so much because like I always looked at that as kind of making sense. If you got a runny nose and you're sneezing to the point where you're not always going to get your arms up if you're sick, and you are spraying your snot everywhere, that is kind of gross. So the mask, like
That's
I always
correct.
understood that. That's why people wear masks. It's not so you
Exactly.
can't get. And that used to drive me crazy because it's like that old silly meme that everyone laughs at, but it's true. It's like stopping mosquitoes with a chain link fence. It doesn't. It's not doing anything.
Yeah, that's
If
right.
what they
That's
say is
right.
what they say, it's like, I mean, a mic like supposedly again, you know.
Right. You see,
What
back
they
in the day
claim,
at
what they claim
elementary
is like,
school in England, back in the
yeah,
day in elementary school in England, back in the 60s, when the kids used to come around with their runny nose, the first thing the teachers would say is, "Where's your handkerchief? Do you know what I mean? Where's your hanky? Stop sneezing and wipe your nose." Do you know what I mean? And if they
yeah,
didn't, then the teacher would get some tissue, because they've always got tissue boxes on hand, and they'd wipe the kid's nose, you see, right? And clean the kid up, because it was frowned upon that you would run around with a runny nose, wiping it on kids' clothes, you know, because when you're playing, you're going to end up rumbling and tumbling and that, and then you're going to end up wiping your snot on some other kid's nose and that. Disgusting, gross. So the teachers used to
yeah,
pick up on that, you see.
right,
But what has transpired, though, since that time, and we've just come through this pandemic now, this plandemic, is that it doesn't go that way. If someone could rub their snot right up your nose and you're not going to catch diddly, you could eat it and still not come down with anything. That's what I've learned through the the Invisible Rainbow, Arthur Furstenberg being the author. Back in 1919, they conducted some experiments for the 1919 Spanish flu, and they supposedly took the mucus, the snot, out of 100 supposed flu sufferers back then, and inserted it into 100 healthy individuals through the eye duct, through the nostrils, and the back of the throat, and they never caught anything. They then got them to breathe the air from the mouth to mouth breathing from these individuals. They didn't come down. They injected the snot into the body. They didn't come down with
yeah.
anything. And then they took the snot, put it in bags, and wrapped them around horses' heads. Even the horses didn't get anything. So there's no need to worry. If someone coughs on you, you're not going to catch anything, is what I'm saying.
No, it's all psychosomatic.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
If you obsess about it and it worries you, you will make yourself feel sick. I mean,
that's
and
possible.
that happens a lot.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, I mean, I've been
You
here
know,
in Japan 24 years. Okay, now, and I teach at my school, and I teach at elementary school, junior high school, and high school, right? And the thing is, I have always been worried about catching the cold from someone else, but I never caught a cold. 24 years straight in Japan, I haven't been sick. Nothing's happened. Okay, nothing's happened. Kids are sneezing, adults are sneezing and coughing. I've got tissue boxes laid on for them. So here you go, take a tissue. You haven't got a hanky today? Okay, take a tissue. Do you know what I mean? And sneeze in that. And I haven't caught anything. Caught zilch. Praise be to God, of course, and praise be to God for giving us all a nice, strong immune system. And then I've got the knowledge now. Now I know. There was one flat earther. His name is Jake Gibson, the flat earth arsehole. Yeah, do you know the guy I'm talking about? Now, I think he's in Sacramento, right? And at the beginning of this pandemic, he was saying to everyone, because he'd obviously read that book from Arthur Furstenberg, okay? And he was going to everyone, come on, cough on me, spit on me. He said, spit on me. And that video got banned. That video got taken off of YouTube. Right? Jake the arsehole.
They're still banning. They're still fucking censoring these videos. It's disgusting. I posted a video last night about COVID. It got 15,000 views in 3 hours, and then it got throttled. And in the last 7 hours, it's received less than 100. These fuckers piss me off, dude.
Well, thank you very much for putting out the information anyway, and keep on trucking, because I love that news. Just commiserations on the stupid YouTube trying to censor there. But well done anyway. Kudos for you for putting it out. Thank you very much.
Oh, they're not gonna stop me. Yeah, they're gonna have to physically stop me. I've got. Yeah.
Yeah. So I appreciate that, and you keep doing that, because when I talk to people out here in Japan, they're asking me, where do I get the news if you're not listening to the main media? That there are good people on this earth who are doing a better job than all the medias that you've ever watched in all of your life to today. Okay? Because they're giving you the real news that's really going to make your life better. The news that you get keeps you invested on the globe, invested in space, dinosaurs, vaccine. It's all keeping you dumbed down. But there are people like this gentleman speaking now. You know, that's where I get my information from. I tell them, independent, these people, and I show them. You see, these people, you're never going to hear of them because they're not famous in the main media where you live. They're famous in our community, and that's how we learn. And they've done some of that research to help us along. They're giving us information that the media and the governments know, but they're keeping back so that you don't grow and learn and have a revolution because they're scared of that. Because if you learn what we learn, by rights, it is your duty as a human being to have that revolution. That is what it is. Otherwise, God is very disappointed because he made you free. How can you allow 1% to enslave your ass on God's flat earth? What the fuck is going on? Come on now. I'm a revolutionary, guys. That's what I am.
Well, Jane, we were born in the perfect time because we need revolution more than ever now. More than ever. And people want it. They are ready for it. Like, dude, the comments that I was getting on this video were like, people were just using the comment section as a place to be like, you know what? Actually, this happened to my family member too. This happened to my coworker. This happened to my loved one. And actually, this is fucking bullshit, and we need to do something. These people are literally calling for medical professional executives, jab producers to be held responsible in the street. If you catch my drift.
Thank you so much for the uplifting news. Thank you so much, because that's what I will be transmitting out there to the people, you know, what you just said. So, yeah, thank you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, they're pissed off. They're pissed off, and rightfully so.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
I want to get fired up, dude. Fucking, it's Memorial Day. We should remember the real fallen heroes, you know?
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
I
the
wouldn't
ones
necessarily
that never
call
knew
them
that the
heroes,
earth was
but-
flat.
Yeah.
The ones that went out there to try to fight for freedom, but what they were doing was ensuring dictatorship, slavery, and tyranny. That's what they were doing. Those so-called heroes. If they weren't fighting for freedom, the end result is slavery.
Well, I was going to say the fallen ones, meaning the people who've passed out from getting poked. Passed out and never woke up because they got poked in the
the
arm.
ones
You
who
know what
passed
I
out,
mean?
Paul,
The fallen,
yeah,
the
I see what
fallen
you mean now,
ones.
Yeah. Lives taken unnecessarily. There's nobility. There's nobilism in when you want to protect your country, but when your country is actually giving you poisons as an injection for you as a soldier, and then when you get image damaged, you don't get compensation. Well, there you go. You know, I mean, what the fuck? You got to be an idiot to be in the armed forces today. You have to be, because when you look at it properly, they're not really bringing on freedom at all.
No, they're just importing this Marxism, communism in disguise, wrapped in a red, white, and blue,
That's
wrapping
right.
paper, where they tell you they're bringing you democracy, but really they're trying to bomb you and turn your kids gay. It's crazy.
That's right. If not gay, LGBT, ABC stuff as well. Mix that in there. But yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
They want you to accept them for who they say they are, even though they couldn't accept themselves for how they were born. These people are sick.
Excuse me, bigots, but it's now 2 LGBTQIA plus. They started running out of letters, so then they added a number on the front. And if you think I'm joking, look it up.
That's right.
Wait, what
That's
is
right.
that
It's a
then?
joke, isn't it? I mean, look at this thing. It's evolving.
What does the
Bloody
2 stand for?
Yeah. What does the 2 stand for, by the way, if you know?
So 2 stands for Two Spirit, which is allegedly the it's something to do with some sort of gender fluidity, but it's not the same, not quite the same. So it's like you can be a man in a certain role and a woman in a certain role, and like flow between those roles or some bullshit that they made up, which is of course true for any man or any woman. Like, for instance, if I'm a man and I'm, say, washing dishes, I'm a man washing dishes. If I'm a man playing football, I'm a man playing football. Like, you don't change sex because of the role you're currently performing. I don't really understand where they get that idea, but apparently that's a thing now. Anyway, it's all a load of bollocks just to try and sow confusion. It's not.
Yeah, it sounds gay as hell.
Yeah. Gender non-conforming. Gender looming. Wow. Gender not quite right. Gender not quite making it. Come on. Please help me. Please, somebody help me, man. What's going on out there?
We're winning. That's what's happening. We're winning. Last night, some stupid algorithm had to silence it. Dude, every second of every day, some algorithm, some fucking nerd is silencing and censoring people who are getting the truth out there.
Yeah,
but it's not enough.
Absolutely.
They can't stop all of us. And it's spreading like a real virus.
Yeah. And what you are doing is a revolutionary act, by the way. So when people mention the word revolution, you're already doing that. I'm doing that. I don't have a bank account, so they're getting no money from me in that sense. No direct debiting. There's nothing. I don't have anything in any bank. I'm glad. Right? That's me. There's my revolution already started. Don't pay all of my income taxes. Because why should I give them my money? Who are they that I have to give them my money to? So there you go. There's another revolution right there. Living free on the land now. I might pay my little residential tax, but I haven't done in the last 4 years. Right? Again, that's a stealthy tax. What am I getting my money for? They don't tell me you don't get any money. So I pay the taxes on the foods that I buy. Fair enough. Petrol tax, okay. Do you know what I mean? So you've got to start the revolution somehow, some way. So your act of putting out that information for us to stumble upon and, wow, really? What? Right. That's a revolutionary act because that person will go on to share it with other people. Okay? So yeah, well done. All of you in this server who are producing content to wake us all up, thank you very much. Please carry on. It is appreciated.
Well, honestly, dude, I got the inspiration for it yesterday from being in here. I was having a conversation with somebody, and we were trying to come up with different ways to say the you know what. And somebody said something that just made it like click with me, and so I went and I got a bunch of footage. I made a compilation. I put a soundtrack to it, and I added some news sound bites from what they were saying in the news. And it fit together pretty well. I'm surprised it's still up, honestly.
Well, congratulations anyway, and well done. You know, if you can put a link in here, I'll click on it and check it out myself.
I can DM it to you, but I cannot.
Yeah, DM it to me.
DM it to me. Chat, don't get in trouble.
Please, yeah, that would be nice because then I can then share it. You see.
Yep, absolutely.
I am that man. I do share everything. I share everything, man. Jin CBR1. Noisiest flat earther you'll ever meet. The noisy one.
No, Jin, sorry, mate. I know that you're very proud of being noisy, but Denmark.
Nah, I've drowned Denmark many a time. Many a time on the Hangouts. Totally obliterated him.
I feel like you and Denmark should both go into Gen.
Start your opinion.
Look,
Jin,
there's a fair test of this. You and Denmark have to go into Gem Pandas at the same time and see who causes the most havoc.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, that'd be good, man. Hey, we've done that though. That's happened many a time, actually.
Oh, is it?
It was terrible for them. They couldn't get those mute buttons quick. Observes these buttons quickly. Yeah. And each time they released us, it was just pure, unabated fireman's hose, facts with noise. That's what it was, yeah, man.
I don't doubt that for a second, Jin.
Fucking brilliant.
Hey, do you guys know about Stranger Than Fiction on YouTube?
Is that a channel?
Not me, no.
Yeah, it's a pretty big channel. He just came out and said, like I got a lot of good information from him in 2017. Simple reason why FE movement is part of deception. I'm like, "Oh, what?" And then I watched it, and he's cherry picking, and it's his reasons are biblical. Forget your senses. Let's just see what one teacher is saying. It's weird. So weird. He's getting annihilated in the comments.